Chapter 1207. Come, master. Ah. Kurumi snickered as she used her cutlery to pick up a piece of cake and delivered it to Wu Yan's mouth. Sure Dao. No, master. Ah. Toka scooped up a piece of bread and delivered it to Wu Yan's mouth. Master. Ah. I repeat, master. Ah. Yagia and Yushin used their utensils to scoop up some spaghetti. They looked at Wu Yan with the same resolute expression. Then, they brought the spaghetti to Wu Yan's mouth. Wu Yan was sweating profusely as he looked at the cake, bread, and spaghetti in front of his mouth. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and laughed dryly. I'll eat all of them. Don't worry, okay? All of them? Yakuya frowned and nodded unwillingly. That's not impossible. Question. Shi Xian continued to stare at Wu Yan. Then, master, who will you eat first? The 4 elf girls who delivered the food to Wu Yan's mouth started acting like a storm is brewing. Wu Yan wanted to cry but no tears came out. Is it important who I eat first? It's important. The 4 elven girls said. Everyone, including Kuang San and 10 Fragrances, spoke in unison. Very important. Wu Yan forced a smile as if he accepted his fate. He picked up a small bowl and mixed Kurumi's cake, Toka's bread, and the Baku sisters' spaghetti together. He gulped it down with a bitter expression. Eating dessert, coarse pastries, and a meal at the same time, even if it wasn't poisonous, it still didn't feel good. On the side, the maids from Raisin High looked at Wu Yan's sour face. They couldn't help but laugh. Wu he sure is popular. This is Shuraba, right? How about this? Wu he won't be a playboy anymore, right? The maids in charge of the cafe came from different classes. They were different from the classmates who saw Wu Yan being intimate with the elven girls every day. Because they weren't familiar with him, their comments weren't that bad. Only Shiori. Looking at this scene, he first glanced at Kurumi, Yakuya, and Shi Xian. Then, he glanced at 10 Fragrances, who only knew how to pass him bread made of soybean flour, and sighed. The enemy is strong, 10 Fragrance. You need to work harder. Perhaps she heard Shiori's muttering. 10 Fragrance angrily cut off a bigger piece of bread and put it in Wu Yan's mouth. Kurumi, Yakuya, and Shi Xian raised their utensils again as if they had made an agreement. Wu Yan's face turned green. He couldn't be mixing cake, bread, and pasta until the Tianyang festival started, right? What's wrong? Seeing Wu Yan's ashen face, Kurumi's eyes curved into crescents. She was clearly enjoying herself. Wu Yan gnashed his teeth. Speaking of which, the one who suggested this was Kurumi. Could it be that Kurumi made such a suggestion just to mess with him? What kind of black-bellied person was this? Wu Yan picked up the small bowl with tears in his eyes. He wanted to continue his journey of mixing dishes. However, a sweet voice accompanied by another utensil was placed in front of Wu Yan's mouth. Ah! Wu Yan subconsciously opened his mouth and sucked the food that came out of nowhere into his mouth. Only when the food entered his stomach did he react. He looked at the source of the sound and he saw a beautiful face with bright silver eyes and long violet hair. Wu Yan, Kurumi, Toka, Yagoya, and Yushin flinched. They all had shocked expressions on their faces. Meijio! Hello everyone! Meijio greeted them with a smile. She didn't seem to realize her sudden appearance surprised them. She had a sweet smile on her face. Who is she? What a beautiful person. When did she come in? She's wearing the Dragon Gut Temple Girls Academy uniform. She must be the eldest daughter of the Dragon Gut Temple Girls Academy. She seems to be very close to Wu He. She also did that, for Wu He. Could it be Wu He's? The maids and girls were shocked and began to talk among themselves. They glanced at Meijio and then at Wu Yan. Their gazes gradually changed. Meijio's sudden appearance and intimate feeding made them think that Wu Yan was a playboy again. Wu Yan was filled with grievances when he heard the girls' disdainful gazes. He had nowhere to vent his grievances. He could only smile bitterly. At this moment, above the Heavenly Palace Square, a loud voice that was amplified by a loudspeaker resounded throughout the entire Heavenly Palace Square and into the ears of everyone in the Heavenly Palace Square. The 25th Heavenly Palace High School Joint Cultural Festival, Tianyang Festival. Officially open. Oh, almost at the same time, in the Heavenly Palace Square, everyone raised their hands and cheered loudly, causing the entire Heavenly Palace Square to be filled with deafening cheers that soared into the sky, accompanied by fireworks that bloomed in the sky above the Heavenly Palace Square. It's open! Shirji reacted and quickly shouted. Everyone, hurry up and get ready to welcome the guests. Era. Kurumi put down her utensils regretfully. She looked at Wu Yen and Meijio as if she saw through something. She pursed her lips and stood up. Well then, I'll go to work first. Have a good time, hubby. I have to start my journey to hell and call the mortals master. I don't want to, but I have no choice. Goodbye, see you later. Goodbye, Shido. Yiju Shi, Shixien, and Ten Incense also looked reluctant, but they still stood up and walked with Kuang San to the main group. Wu Yen curled his lips and looked at Meijio. Meijio felt Wu Yan's gaze and immediately turned to Wu Yen. She smiled sweetly, which made Wu Yen feel strange. Meijio, doesn't she hate men? Wu Yen and Meijio walked side by side in a crowded street filled with stalls. It looked like they were on a date, but the atmosphere between them was a bit strange. While walking on the street, Wu Yen kept looking at the stalls around him, but it's obvious that he's not paying attention. From time to time, Wu Yen glanced at Meijio, but Meijio seemed to be able to feel Wu Yan's gaze and smiled sweetly at him. Looking at Meijio like this, Wu Yen didn't know how many question marks were piled up in his mind. This wasn't the first time he had his suspicions. Is this person really Meijio? If that's the case, isn't his attitude towards me a little strange? Usually, when Meijio noticed that he was peeking at her, she would say something like, "Can you stop looking at me with that disgusting gaze?" What exactly went wrong? Could it be that his brain had been damaged by AI Lien? What he didn't notice is that it's not like Meijio could feel his gaze every single time. It's just that Meijio has been looking at him the whole time. She didn't stop for even a second. She only opened her mouth after a long while. Will you come later? Wu Yen paused for a bit before he recalled something. He shrugged with a smile. Don't worry, I will. Wu Yen turned around and looked at Meijio. But haven't you been hiding your true identity? You'll be exposed if you perform on stage. It's okay. Meijio shook her head and chuckled. Originally, I hid my identity just to prevent others from discovering that tempting knight Meijio is Xiao Dai Tsukino. Now, half a year has passed. Every time I sing, I will use my spiritual power to make the people who listen to the song gradually forget the existence of Xiao Dai Tsukino. Even if my identity is exposed, no one will discover that I am Xiao Dai Tsukino again. I see. Wu Yen sighed. Well, since it's your own decision, I won't oppose it. Meijio giggled as she stared at Wu Yen. Her eyes are filled with emotions. Chapter 1208. Heavenly Palace Square. It's been 3 hours since the official opening of the Tianyang Festival. The official opening of the Tianyang Festival was at 9 o'clock in the morning. Now, 3 hours have passed and it's noon in the Heavenly Palace Square. Generally speaking, it should be lunchtime at this time. However, it was absolutely impossible for those who participated in the Tianyang ceremony to not buy something to eat from the surrounding stalls. Even if they didn't, they could have their lunch directly at the stalls. Therefore, the Tianyang Square was still very lively. Besides, for most people, it's not time for lunch. That was because they had more important things to attend to. In the center of the Heavenly Palace Square, there's a large venue. It's the only venue in the Heavenly Palace Square that has its own stage and spotlight. At this moment, many people in the Heavenly Palace Square are walking towards the central venue as if they've made an appointment. Their faces are filled with extreme fanaticism. That kind of fanaticism is much more intense than when the Tianyang Festival officially opened. Because in the central venue, the real highlight of the Tianyang Festival is about to start. The Tianyang Festival will be held for 3 days. During these 3 days, there will be a large-scale performance in the central venue. It's the most attractive part of the Tianyang Festival every year. On the first day of the Tianyang Festival, The performance in the central venue is mainly about music. Of course, this isn't the main reason why the people in the Heavenly Palace Square are so fanatical. In the past, the Tianyang Festival always had a musical performance. People who know this clearly will look forward to it, but they won't go crazy. The real reason why the people here are so fanatical is because of a piece of news: the mysterious and popular idol who has never revealed her true appearance and background, Temptress Meijio, will be in the central venue today as a student. She'll be participating in the performance on the stage. She'll be walking to the front stage. This is the real reason why the people attending the Tianyang Festival are more fanatical than in the past years. Along the passageways leading to the central venue, there's a lot of people rushing towards the central venue. Among them, many people's clothes are embroidered with the words Temptress Meijio and pictures related to her. These people, they are Meijio's hardcore fans who gathered here because they like her songs. Among these fans, some of them are members of Meijio's fan club. They've attended Meijio's concerts more than once and seen her true appearance. Most of them haven't even seen Meijio before, but they're addicted to her songs. Today, after hearing that Meijio was going to perform on stage, these fans all rushed over. Not only did they want to listen to Meijio's song live, they also wanted to see Meijio's true appearance. It wasn't just the fans. Even the relevant personnel from various TV stations had come all the way here with their video cameras. They were prepared to record Meijio's performance on the stage. Most of them were directly broadcasting it live. This was natural. No one in the TV station would miss the opportunity to report on a super popular idol who had never revealed his true appearance. This was also an extremely hot topic, and the ratings would definitely not be low. Meijio's people's fans. Fans. By the time all of the audience had entered the central arena, more than an hour had passed. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, this performance officially began. In the audience, countless light sticks were swinging rhythmically. The audience cheered one after another, causing the people performing on the stage to be nervous and excited at the same time. Because Meijio would be performing on stage, the number of people who came to watch the performance this time was much more than any other Tianyang festival in the past. Meijio's fames had won them a lot of applause. They even had the chance to appear on TV. It was a chance for them to become famous. As a committee member of the Tenyang ritual, Wu Yan was able to enter the special passage above the audience and enjoy the treatment of a VIP seat. It's a bit far from the stage, but it's a good position to have a good view of the entire stage. It's a pretty good position to sit in. Many people who had finished their performances and those who were about to perform also appeared here to watch the stage. It seemed that they also wanted to see the legendary mysterious idol perform on the stage. Wu Yan looked around at the audience and the performers. Then he leaned on the railing and looked at the stage. Meijio stood quietly in the backstage passage. She was wearing a dress the same color as her hair. There was no accompaniment or dance partner beside her. Her bright silver eyes were full of anxiety. Meijio planned to perform on the stage alone. Because she wanted to do something. It was something she had always wanted to do, but didn't dare to do. Next up, Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy. Seduce Meijio. The audience cheered louder than before. Meijio's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't help but feel nervous. Meijio didn't feel nervous on the stage. She didn't even feel this way when she was still the Xiao Dai Yunos. Now, she was really nervous. However, Meijio was still a popular singer on the stage. She took a deep breath and suppressed the nervousness in her heart and the uneasiness in her eyes. She showed a beautiful smile and walked onto the stage. Meijio! The fans who had attended Meijio's concerts shouted when they saw her on the stage. The rest of the fans knew who she was. On the stage, that beautiful girl who was like a goddess was their idol for a long time. Immediately, deafening cheers filled the entire arena. The spotlight focused on Meijio. The camera flashes kept flashing. All the cameras were aimed at Meijio. She was the most dazzling star in the audience. Standing at the center of the stage, Meijio scanned the audience. Then, she looked at Wu Yan who was standing at the entrance. Noticing Meijio's gaze, Wu Yan grinned and made a victory sign. Meijio's suppressed nervousness and anxiety dissipated, leaving behind only tenderness and tenderness. Meijio recalled every time she met Wu Yan. Every time they talked, every time he looked forward to her, and every time he protected her. She clenched the microphone in her hand. Her eyes were full of ripples. He said he wanted to hear me sing with my own voice. I wanted to respond to his expectations. He said he would wait until he heard my real voice. I wanted to respond to his waiting. I didn't want to lie to myself. I wanted to sing with my real voice. Even if the whole world abandoned me, he will definitely protect me just like he did then. Because he was a different kind of man. Meijio pressed a hand on her chest. She closed her eyes and smiled. Her red lips moved. Turn the shower head. Turn it into a microphone. Sing in the bathroom. Sing. Beautiful music and light singing reverberated throughout the arena. Hearing this voice, the audience was stunned. Even Wu Yan was stunned. This voice was different from Meijio's usual voice. Although it was still beautiful, it lacked the numbing feeling. But it was undeniable that it was beautiful. The audience shook the light sticks in their hands again. The enthusiasm on their faces didn't lessen. Wu Yan looked at Meijio in a daze. Then he smiled and closed his eyes. He listened carefully to Meijio's song. The echoing timbre is somewhat special, intoxicating and joyful. I still remember how I felt at that time. Let me sing a song for you. And let's sing together. Counting the stars in the night sky. That's the best gift. After the last note of the song, Meijio slowly opened her eyes. Then, Meijio. The cheers and support from the audience instantly surrounded Meijio. Meijio was stunned as she looked at the fans who were as passionate as they were at her previous concerts. She lifted her head in disbelief and looked at Wu Yan. When she saw Wu Yan applauding with a gentle smile on his face, Meijio started crying. A genuine and pure smile slowly appeared on his face amidst the cheers of the entire crowd. Chapter 1209. Miss Meijio, why did you want to hide your true identity? Isn't being famous something every idol wants to see? Why do you want to go to the stage now? Is there any inside story? Please tell us. Miss Meijio. Miss Meijio. At the backstage of the Heavenly Palace Square's Central Hall, Meijio had just finished her performance. When she walked backstage, a group of reporters from all over the place immediately swarmed over like bees that had smelled the fragrance of flowers. They instantly surrounded Meijio without any explanation. Sorry. Please make way. Please make way. Miss Meijio needs to rest. Please make way. Backstage, some staff members who seemed to be waiting for the reporters to appear immediately stopped all the reporters who were about to surround Meijio. Apparently, they had been specially instructed to separate the crowd and squeeze out a path for Meijio to pass through. Miss Meijio. Please answer our questions. Miss Meijio. Please. Miss Meijio. Miss Meijio. Amidst the shouts of the surrounding reporters, Meijio maintained an extremely sweet smile on her face. Although she didn't answer the reporters' questions, she didn't feel annoyed by the annoying reporters at all. Obviously, Meijio was in a good mood at this moment. No, Meijio didn't know she could be in such a good mood. Therefore, Meijio smiled at the camera in front of her and said mischievously, "We have plenty of time to spend together. Please don't be in such a hurry, okay?" After saying that, Meijio's bright silver eyes rippled slightly, and she narrowed her eyes with a smile. Now, I have more important things to do. I need to do it? More important things? The reporters and the staff were all stunned. While they were still in a daze, Meijio walked through the backstage and into the private lounge. The noise behind Meijio gradually faded away until there was no sound at all. Meijio breathed a sigh of relief. Meijio raised one of his hands and looked at it. The scene of his arm trembling was clearly imprinted in Meijio's eyes, causing Meijio to laugh bitterly. Meijio was a mysterious idol. Before today, people didn't even know what Meijio looked like. They didn't even know Meijio's personality. Probably no one would have guessed that the super popular idol in their hearts was actually a lesbian lover who hated men and loved women. Although most of the reporters were women, there were many men as well. She was surrounded by so many men all of a sudden. They kept talking to her and squeezing towards her. If it wasn't for the fact that Meijio's knot in her heart had truly been untied through that song, it wouldn't have been strange if she had directly used the power of the fairy. However, Meijio was surprised that she could actually tolerate a group of men surrounding her, but she also felt a little happy. After all, this proved that she was gradually walking out of the shadow in her heart. However, Meijio still didn't want to get close to men. I thought you'd be in a good mood. Why do you look so complicated? Just as Meijio was immersed in her inner world, a familiar voice suddenly reverberated in front of her, waking her up. Meijio's eyes lit up, and her expression was instantly filled with a carefree smile. Meijio raised her head and looked in front of her. In the next moment, the person who appeared in front of her was the person in her memories. Looking at Meijio, Wu Yan couldn't help but smile when he saw the sincere smile on her face. He recalled what Kotori told him earlier. Go see Meijio immediately. Seal her spiritual energy. Wu Yan's brain short-circuited when he heard Kotori's words through his earpiece. He almost couldn't wrap his head around it. Perhaps Kotori saw Wu Yan's reaction on the screen in the command room. She didn't waste time and explained. Just now, Meijio's favorability towards you has reached the max. Wu Yan had a hard time turning his head around when he heard Kotori's words. Wu Yan's mind went blank again. How is that possible? How would I know? Kotori answered without any sense of responsibility. Ever since you asked Natsuki to rescue Meijio, Meijio's favorability towards you has been slowly increasing. Just now, it suddenly rose to the maximum. This? Wu Yan scratched his cheeks. He didn't know what to say to that. Why is that? If you can read a girl's mind that easily, she wouldn't be a girl. Kotori pursed her lips. Anyway, Meijio's favorability towards you is full. Now is the best time to propose sealing her power. It's up to you. Begin the battle between us. Recovering from his memories, Wu Yan looked at Meijio. He hesitated for a bit before opening his mouth to say something. But Meijio moved. Meijio had a peaceful smile on her face. She rushed to Wu Yan and hugged him before Wu Yan could react. Her soft touch and her voluptuous breasts pressed down on his body, causing him to be stupefied. He reflexively hugged the body that pounced on him, and his mouth turned into a no shape. Not just Wu Yan, even Kotori and the others who were watching the livestream in Fraxinus were flabbergasted. What's going on? Is this the benefit of a full favorability? Meijio rubbed her face against Wu Yan's chest and murmured in an intoxicated manner. Is this the smell of a man? It's not that bad. This time, it's Wu Yan's turn to be woken up by Meijio's words. Looking at Meijio's intoxicated expression, feeling that soft touch and the full and round body pressing against him, Wu Yan felt like his tongue is about to get tied up. You're really Meijio? Hearing this, Meijio could not help but laugh out loud. Is this your first thought? It's quite interesting. And no, Wu Yan didn't know what he's talking about. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He pushed Meijio away with a weird look on his face. It's just that suddenly hugging me isn't something you would do, right? This is something that only you would do. Meijio stuck out her tongue as if her prank had been discovered. Compared to the Meijio of the past, her flirtatious behavior at that moment was simply too cute. Due to the sudden change in attitude, Wu Yan couldn't get used to it. His face was full of confusion. Since he couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried, Wu Yan could only toss aside his doubts and helplessly shake his head. He met Meijio's eyes and a gentle smile appeared on his face. No matter what, let me congratulate you first. Congratulations on walking out of the shadow of the past. The song just now was very nice, very nice. I like it very much. Hearing this, Meijio could no longer suppress the emotions in her heart. Tears welled up in her eyes, wetting those beautiful eyes. But Meijio still kept smiling. Do you like it? Didn't I tell you? Wu Yan smiled. I like it. Then, will you listen to me sing again? If you want, I'll listen. Then, will you still protect me when I need you like you did back then? Wu Yan paused. He finally understood why Meijio's attitude changed so quickly. It was only because he had protected her when she needed it. Just like how a setback could make Meijio hate men to the extreme, when Meijio needed help, it could also make Meijio fall in love with a person in an instant. She's like a child. Amused, he patted Meijio's head with pity. Under Meijio's hopeful and nervous gaze, Wu Yan nodded. If you need it, I'm willing to protect you, Meijio panted. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed Wu Yan on the lips without hesitation. In the dim passageway, the figures of a man and a woman overlapped and could no longer be distinguished from each other. Chapter 12:10. Above Heavenly Palace City, Fraxinus. Status: normal. Psychic reaction: completely disappeared. Final result: same as a normal human. Possibility of being an elf is 0. Kotori nodded in satisfaction as she listened to the reports of the Ratatosker members. Finally, a smile appeared on her face. Target sprite: Diva. Seal successful. Yay! In the command room, all the members of Ratatosker were cheering and high-fiving each other, their faces filled with joy. They were celebrating the end of their work. Ever since they discovered the identity of Meijio, the problem of how to seal this troublesome elf had been pressing on everyone's mind. The people of Ratatosker had always been troubled and depressed. It could be said that they had spent a lot of effort on this problem. Now, the diva has been successfully sealed. Even the berserker, who was the #1 target of many elf organizations, has been successfully turned into a normal human. As the Ratatosker members who resolved the elven disaster peacefully, there's nothing more joyous than this. Let alone the members of Ratatosker, even Kotori, Shina, Night Moon, Shinzuki, Ling Yin, and the others couldn't help but smile. Unfortunately, their smiles froze when they heard the conversation between a man and a woman. Hey honey, do you have any plans today? Plans? Yeah, if you don't have any, how about going shopping with me? Well, it's not that I can't, but aren't you a popular idol? Aren't you afraid of being in the headlines tomorrow? I'm not the same as I used to be. Even the worst scandal can't defeat me. As long as my honey is by my side, bring it on. I'm glad you said that, but I feel like if a scandal like that happens, I'll be the one who gets hurt the most. By the way, what's with the honey? Well, I also want to have a different way of addressing myself. Isn't that good? It's not bad. Hee hee. Everyone's expression fell. They looked at the center of the command room gloomily. There, Meijio had a bright smile on her face. She squeezed her body against Wu Yan's and hugged Wu Yan's arm tightly. Wu Yan, on the other hand, had an unnatural expression. He smiled bitterly and sighed. Ever since Meijio kissed him passionately and obediently put on the sealing bracelet and sealed her spiritual energy, this scene has been going on for a long time. It had been maintained until now, without stopping for even a moment. Looking at Meijio, who had a hot body but behaved like a child, no one in Ratatosker could relate her to the Meijio of the past. Hence, their faces were gloomy. Wu Yan was in a similar situation. Although he did kiss Meijio once after her performance, Meijio's change in attitude is a bit too drastic. Wu Yan still can't get used to it. He can only smile bitterly and perfunctorily under Meijio's passionate attacks. Come to think of it, there was nothing he could do about it. Kotori pursed her lips. She looked at Meijio as if she was trying to stop something. Perfect. Meijio, since you're here as well, there are some things I want to ask you. Meijio, who was squeezing her hot body against Wu Yan, was startled. She turned around in confusion. Ask? What? That's a lot. Kotori knocked on the armrest of the command table and looked straight at Meijio. There are questions about your abilities, about your angelic abilities and what you did in the past 6 months after you became an elf. There are many, many questions. However, let's put these questions aside for now. Kotori's tone suddenly changed and became serious. Now, what I want to ask is what happened when you became an elf. Wu Yan could feel Meijio tightening her grip on his arm. She furrowed her eyebrows and a pained expression could be seen on her face. Even her breathing became a bit faster. Seeing Meijio like this, Kotori immediately shut her mouth. The command room also quieted down. No one dared to make a sound. Everyone present knew a little about Meijio's situation. Therefore, they also knew that when Meijio became a fairy, it was also when Meijio was disappointed in humanity and despaired of the world. Bringing up the past is tantamount to tearing open the wound in Meijio's heart. This isn't a small matter. Wu Yen frowned when he saw Meijio's pained expression. He held Meijio's hand. If you don't want to answer, you don't have to. Don't force yourself. Meijio felt warmth in her heart and her expression softened. She looked at Wu Yen with a gentle gaze and she shook her head. I sealed my spirit energy and became a normal person again. My voice recovered and I was reborn. I don't want to be defeated by my past. Besides, Meijio tightened her grip on Wu Yan's arm. She smiled. You will protect me, right? Wu Yen grinned but he didn't answer. However, Meijio could see a hint of determination in his wine-red eyes. How could she not know the answer? She hugged Wu Yan's arm affectionately. She looked at Kotori as if she was depending on him. That was half a year ago. Meijio fell into her memories and slowly spoke. At that time, everyone betrayed me. I lost my voice due to psychogenic aphasia. I also lost the motivation to continue living. I, who had lost everything at that time, I only wanted to end my life as soon as possible, to end my life of having nothing. There was a hint of sadness in her voice. Meijio lowered her voice and suddenly raised her head. But at that time, God appeared in front of me. God? Kotori's eyes sharpened. Wu Yen narrowed his eyes. God. Meijio nodded. He appeared in front of me in despair and said, Do you want the power to change the world? Wu Yen, Kotori, Shina and the others looked at each other. They stared at Meijio and waited for her to continue. Then he gave me a purple gem. Under everyone's gaze, Meijio recalled and answered absent-mindedly. That gem directly melted into my body and disappeared. In that instant, I became an elf and obtained a voice that could make everyone listen to my orders. Meijio recovered from her memories and looked at Kotori. That's the gist of it. Is that all? Kotori frowned. Is there any further explanation? For example, the appearance of that god? Appearance. Meijio said awkwardly. I'm not sure. Not sure. Meijio lowered her head apologetically. Although God appeared in front of me, he seemed to be covered in mosaics. I couldn't see what he looked like. Even his voice was strange. It felt unbelievable. Kotori pondered for a while and asked, Pixelate my entire body. Then, did you notice anything strange after you became an elf? For example, when you use your power, you lose your sense of self and only have the desire to destroy. No, I didn't. Meijio said confidently. After the first elf transformation, the method of using the elf's power was engraved in my mind. I can freely control the power in my body. This has never happened before. In other words, I'm the only one who can't control my power. Kotori sighed and turned her head away in annoyance. What an unfair treatment. You should feel lucky. Wu Yen grumbled. If every human who obtained the power of the elves ran the risk of their spiritual power going berserk, who knows how many people would die? That's true. Kotori laughed bitterly. Chapter 12:11. But why didn't Meijio experience the same symptoms as I did? After freeing herself from her personal emotions, Kotori tried to think rationally. We're both humans who obtained the power of fairies. Even though we have the power, we're still humans. Is it because of the different types of spiritual energy that causes the difference in power and nature? Or is it because of our physique? Even if you ask me, I wouldn't know the answer. Wu Yen shrugged as he replied nonchalantly. Perhaps it's because Phantom didn't completely master how to turn humans into elves 5 years ago and used you as an experiment subject. Now that she's mastered the trick to perfect elven transformation, maybe that's why Meijio can perfectly control her power. Before Wu Yan could finish, Kotori glared at him coldly, forcing him to smile bitterly. Of course, this is just a conjecture. I am more inclined to believe that this change is due to the nature of the spiritual power. Wu Yan scratched his cheek. After all, the power of fire has always been one of the most destructive and unstable powers. You were only a small child when you turned into an elf, so you couldn't control your power well. The potential factor that caused your spiritual energy to go berserk accumulated in your body, resulting in the side effect of your spiritual energy going berserk the moment you turned into an elf. Wu Yan sighed and waved his hand lazily. Or is it possible that Phantom purposely allowed your sprite to have the side effect of going berserk? Kotori fell silent when she heard Wu Yan's words. Just like what Wu Yan said, Phantom, it's unknown whether it's a human or a fairy, or some other kind of creature. Why would it want to turn humans into fairies? Why would it be willing to use its precious spirit crystals on human girls? These reasons are still a mystery to Wu Yan. Also, why did Phantom choose to bestow the spirit crystal to Kirin? Why did it turn Kotori and Meijio into fairies? Was it randomly chosen or did it have a special purpose? No one knew, including whether the Phantom was a friend or foe. It was the same. Maybe Phantom purposely let Kotori go berserk when she turned into a fairy. From then on, he would become a monster that only knew how to destroy. Who knows, maybe he would destroy all of humanity. Or perhaps Phantom would choose to turn Meijio into an elf. It wanted Meijio, who saw humans as trash and toys, to take revenge on humans and influence the world. That's possible, right? There was too little information about Phantom. So far, they only knew that it had a spirit crystal that could turn humans into elves, and it was possible that it was still continuing to turn humans into elves. As for its purpose, it was still a mystery. Even Kurumi, who spent the most time with Phantom, didn't know much about it. It's obvious that Phantom has always been hiding in the dark. It doesn't want others to know what it's doing or what kind of existence it is. It's too dangerous to hide in the dark. It's no wonder Kotori. He believed that if the people of Gem knew that Phantom might have more spirit crystals in his hands, then they would definitely list him as a target. Will Scott, who has always been pursuing the power of the elves, will definitely do so. Hey you two. While Wu Yan, Kotori, and everyone else in the command room were deep in thought, Meijio hugged Wu Yan's arm and puffed up her cheeks. You guys, don't just ignore me and get lost in your own thoughts. It will make me feel uneasy. Meijio pursed her lips as she stared at Wu Yan. Who is Phantom? What's with the berserk? Can you at least answer my question? Sorry. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. To put it simply, Phantom is the god that turned you into an elf. Kotori used to be a human, just like you. 5 years ago, she received the spiritual crystal from Phantom and became an elf, too. However, Kotori will go berserk after turning into a fairy. That's why we're all worried that you'll go berserk like Kotori when you use your fairy power. Will she go berserk the next time an elf appears? That's more or less the situation. I see. Meijio nodded her head in relief. She smiled happily and she squeezed her body into Wu Yan's embrace. Honey, so you're worried about me. I'm so happy. But don't worry, I've controlled my power well. I've never gone berserk. Now that my spirit energy is sealed, you don't have to worry about me. That? Wu Yan's expression turned sour. I said, are worried about you nothing. Have you automatically ignored the word, we? There's still too little information. Kotori pulled up a recording device and typed something on the keyboard. Her brows furrowed deeply as she looked at the few pieces of information about Phantom on the screen. If I can see the Phantom directly, I should be able to get a lot of information. Zhang Lixing thought to himself. Save it. Wu Yan shook his head like a wet blanket. We don't know if others have contacted Phantom before, but Kurumi, who has contacted Phantom the most, also said that every time she contacted Phantom, it was Phantom that took the initiative to find her. She didn't even know where she was. Besides, ever since Kurumi sealed her spirit energy, Phantom has completely disappeared. Wu Yan sighed. According to Kurumi, Phantom met Kurumi once before she left us. What? Kotori stood up from the podium and glared at Wu Yan. Why didn't you tell me something so important? If it was that important, I wouldn't have kept it a secret. Wu Yan curled his lips. When she contacted the Phantom, Kurumi said that it only brought her 2 pieces of information and then disappeared without a trace. She didn't even know the purpose of giving her the information. Do you think it would be useful to tell her such a thing? Useless? How could it be useless? Kotori slammed the armrest of her chair, her face full of anger. If we can find out where Phantom met Kurumi last time, we can send someone to investigate. Maybe we can find some clues. Come on. Wu Yan disagreed. Counting from the time when you were turned into an elf 5 years ago, the Phantom has been active in the Heavenly Palace City for at least 5 years, right? It's been 5 years and only a blurry surveillance video of you being turned into an elf. Obviously, it's very cautious. Plus, Phantom must have known that Kurumi is on our side, but she still contacted Kurumi. She must have been very, very careful. It's impossible for her to leave any traces behind. Kotori choked and she glared at Wu Yan. Then she started yelling again. Who said that Phantom didn't leave any traces behind? Isn't it here? Kotori pointed at the stunned Meijio. Phantom erased my memories when I was turned into an elf. It might have manipulated Meijio's memories. Kotori looked at Meijio with a malicious expression. If we can do a thorough check on Meijio, we should be able to find something, right? Cold sweat trickled down Meijio's face. Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat when he saw Kotori in a dark state. He could only pray for Mikoto. Chapter 12:12. Thanks to Wu Yan, Kotori, who was pretty much broken by Wu Yan, conducted a thorough examination of Meijio in the Fraxinus. In the end, they didn't manage to find anything. Meijio's memories were intact, and there was nothing missing. There were no signs of tampering, and there were no clues at all. This made Kotori extremely disappointed, and Kotori was furious. By the time Meijio was released from Fraxinus, the sun was about to set. Meijio was about to collapse. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw Meijio leaning on him with a tired and fearful expression on her face. Are you all right? I'm fine. I'm fine. Meijio tried to squeeze out a smile, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't. She could only sigh. But I'm so tired, I want to fall asleep on the bed. I think so too. Wu Yan bitterly smiled. Kotori is really something. All I did was refute her. Did she have to torture you like this? Wu Yan looked at Meijio. He couldn't bear to see her tired expression. You look really tired. Why don't I send you home? Really? Meijio's eyes lit up, even her expression brightened. She threw herself into Wu Yan's arms. She rubbed her face against Wu Yan's chest like a puppy. Moi, my dear, you're so considerate. I say, are you really not worried or are you faking it? Wu Yan quickly hugged Meijio as she threw herself at him. He had a bitter look on his face. If someone else sees this and recognizes my identity, then I'll be in big trouble. As a famous and popular idol, Meijio had been hiding her true appearance to carry out her activities as a singer. Basically, other than her name, not many people know what she looks like. But today, Meijio openly performed on the stage of the Tianyang Festival. Her true identity was revealed to the entire nation. The situation was completely reversed. Those who didn't know what Meijio looked like were the real minority. Even though Meijio's auditory drug had disappeared, but her own miraculous voice had completely recovered. Through today's performance, her voice had completely spread throughout the country. In addition, Meijio's earth-shattering beauty was also exposed to the public. At this moment, Meijio's fans were definitely not any less than before. According to Ratatosker's intel, even though Meijio's real face had been exposed for less than a day, the number of her fans was increasing like crazy. Some had become Meijio's fans because of her voice, Some fell in love with her because of her appearance. In short, even though her spiritual energy was sealed, she still relied on her own abilities to become a singer more famous than Xiao Dai Yuno, or even seductress Meijio. If someone caught Meijio throwing herself into his arms, it would definitely be taken in an instant and used as a scandalous photo, making Meijio famous once again. Half a year ago, Meijio lost her voice because of the scandal. She was betrayed and fell into despair. If something like this were to happen again, Wu Yan would have the urge to tear those fans and reporters to shreds. Her bright silver eyes landed on Wu Yan's face. Meijio seemed to be able to see through his thoughts as she revealed a joyful smile. You don't have to care about that kind of thing. Meijio held Wu Yan's hand and pressed it against her face. Even if I am betrayed by everyone again, I won't be disappointed in this world like before. Meijio closed her eyes. At this moment, her expression was very peaceful. At least, I know that if it's you, you will continue to protect me like before when I lose everything. Meijio opened her eyes and stared fixedly at Wu Yan's face. At that time, if no one listens to my singing anymore, I will only sing for you, okay? You. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel a strange heaviness in his heart when he heard Meijio's words. This kind of heaviness was not sympathy, nor was it unwillingness. It was responsibility. All this time, Meijio thought that she had nothing but her voice. This was because Meijio was not good at studying, nor was she good at sports. In other aspects, no matter which aspect it was, she was much worse than others. Ever since she was young, Meijio had received a lot of criticism, but only one person had ever received praise. That was, Meijio could sing. Moreover, she sang better than anyone else. Because of this, Meijio naturally felt that she had no other advantages other than singing. Because of this, Meijio yearned to be a singer on TV. In order to sing, Meijio tried her best to memorize difficult music scores and complicated lyrics. In order to sing, Meijio memorized the performances of the idols on TV every day and made her own choreography. In order to sing, Meijio kept learning how the idols performed on stage and in front of the camera. Gradually, she began to imagine how she would perform on stage and in front of the camera and how she would be popular. It could be said that Meijio's entire life was dedicated to her singing. It was also dedicated to her only strength. Therefore, to Meijio, her voice was her everything. It was the value of her existence. Without her voice, Meijio's existence was worthless. This was the most fundamental belief and understanding that Meijio had since she was young. Therefore, Meijio had to sing. She had to sing to show her value. Heaven didn't disappoint those who worked hard. Meijio's hard work finally paid off. While others were still students, she successfully walked onto the stage and debuted as the idol she had been thinking about day and night. This achievement made Meijio ecstatic. At the same time, she realized the importance of her voice again. However, under such circumstances, a nightmare happened. In the end, Meijio was defeated by the ugliness of human nature. Not only was she slandered, but she was also betrayed by her fans. In the end, even her voice was taken away from her. Without her voice, she lost the value of her existence. Meijio realized this in her heart. One could only imagine how desperate she was at that time. Now that Meijio had once again obtained the only thing that made her worth in life, she vented it all on herself and used herself as the only thing that could prove her worth in life. How could Wu Yan not feel responsible? He had to protect this beautiful girl who had the same values as a child. She only pursued the value of her existence. It was also to prove that she wasn't worthless. Wu Yan chuckled as Meijio caressed his cheeks with her hand. I told you you're not worthless. Looking into Meijio's beautiful eyes, Wu Yan's expression was gentle. You won't lose everything just because you lost your voice. You won't lose your value just because you lost your fans. Even if you lose your voice and fans, you will still be beautiful. Wu Yan chuckled when he saw the ripples in Meijio's eyes. If there really comes a day when you lose everything again, please come and find me. Not only will I protect you, but I will also listen to you sing. When you lose everything, I will also become your shelter, please. Please. Don't forget. When she saw Wu Yan's gentle expression and heard his warm words, Meijiao's heart felt like it was being wrapped by something. It was an extremely hot stream of air. It was so hot that even Meijiao's heart was completely melted by it. Suppressing her emotions, Meijio bit her lips and her eyes teared up. She reached out her hands and wrapped them around Wu Yan's neck. She pouted her lips and she pulled Wu Yan's head down. Then she kissed him without a word. At this moment, no matter how much he said, it was all in vain. This is the only way Meijio can tell Wu Yan how she feels about him. Just like last time, Meijio kissed Wu Yan. The only difference was that the kiss this time was more intense. Under the setting sun, they hugged each other and vented their emotions. Chapter 12-13. On the way home, Toka and Yi Jia stretched their bodies, showing off their voluptuous and slender bodies. If it wasn't for the Tianyang ritual, they would have attracted a lot of attention. Actually, when the two of them were stretching, Shi Xian, who was walking beside Yi Jia, was already attracted to them. To be more precise, she was attracted to Yi Jia's body. Her watery silver eyes shone with a wolf-like light that was completely uncharacteristic of a woman. I'm so excited to be able to see the curves of Yi Jia's body at such a close distance. It's such a blessing for me, huh? Yi Jia, who was stretching his body, stiffened and quickly shook his head. That's not the case. Xishuan's figure is the best. She's so voluptuous and full, sigh. Although I'm happy that Yigaya can say that, in terms of cuteness, Yigaya is still cuter, that's not it. Shi Xian is the cutest. Master also likes Shi Xian's appearance. Refute. Master likes Yi Jia very much too. Shi Xian can see that. Is that so? Definitely. Agreed. Kurumi looked at Shirori with a puzzled expression as she watched Yeju and Dushin enter their own world of flattery. Have the two of them always been like this? Hearing this, Shiori's expression suddenly became somewhat embarrassed. An awkward expression appeared on his face. As far as I know, yes. That? Shiori, who was holding her hand, also raised her hand weakly. Sister Yejuya and Sister Shixian's relationship is very good, Allah. Kurumi tilted her head and once again looked at the Bawa sisters who were surrounded by a pink atmosphere. She smiled meaningfully. I can tell, that's great, so energetic. 10 Fragrance looked at Yeju and Shixian enviously. I'm already exhausted. 10 Incense had never participated in the Tianyang festival before, so she was naturally very interested in it. She spent the entire day playing, strolling around the food stalls and eating to her heart's content. But after an entire day, even 10 Fragrance couldn't help but feel tired. Coupled with the work at the maid cafe, the 10 incense sticks were almost burnt to ashes. However, when the roof of Wu He's house appeared in front of everyone's eyes, even the position of the door was imprinted in 10 Incense's eyes. The scene that appeared in front of her made the listless expression on her face freeze in an instant. Her purple eyes were wide open. What's wrong? When the girls saw this, they all looked at the entrance of Wu He's house with puzzled expressions. When they saw what they saw, they were stunned. That was because they all saw it. In front of Wu He's house, a man and a woman were hugging each other passionately. They were brazenly kissing each other with their lips overlapping. Also, the male lead is someone they are very familiar with. The female lead seems like she too. Wu Yan and Meijio. After returning to Tiangong City using the teleportation device from Fraxinus, the two appeared directly at the door of Wu He's house. Naturally, the two kissed passionately at the door of Wu He's house. And now, he had been caught red-handed by a group of young ladies who were staying with him. Sherdao. Sherji's mouth was wide open. Master? The Bawa sisters also opened their mouth in an O shape. Alala. Kurumi covered her mouth in surprise. CMO Nai's face immediately turned red as he covered his eyes. They didn't expect their family member, the person they are most familiar with, to be kissing. They actually kissed a girl in front of their house. Moreover, the girl is a popular idol, Meijio. 10 Fragrance's hands trembled as she looked at the two people who did not realize that someone was approaching them. An extremely uncomfortable feeling appeared in her heart, causing her to cry out without hesitation. "What are you two doing?" There was a sudden loud cry. The man and woman who were immersed in the heat were so shocked that their shoulders trembled. They quickly separated and turned their heads to look at the source of the sound. Then, the girls' shocked expressions were imprinted into their eyes. Meijio was stunned and speechless. "You girls!" Wu Yen tilted his head in a daze. Looking at the surprised faces of the girls, a bad premonition rose in his heart. Cold sweat started dripping down his forehead. Did they all see it? As soon as he said that, Wu Yen received angry glares from 10 Fragrance, Yeju Shi, and Shixian. Shiji looked at him with disdain. The four girls looked at him strangely and Kurumi giggled. They silently told him that they all saw it. At this moment, Wu Yen felt like dying. 10 Fragrance, everyone. Meijio was different from Wu Yen. After being stunned for a moment, she immediately greeted them with a cheerful expression. "You're back already? It seems like the first day of the Tianyang ritual has already ended." Faced with Meijio's friendly attitude, Toka quickly walked over and pulled Wu Yen and Meijio apart. She spread her arms and stood between the two of them. She glared at Meijio with eyes full of anger. "Meijio, what the hell are you doing?" Before Meijio could answer, the identical twin sisters rushed over and stood in front of Wu Yen. They looked at Meijio in a fighting stance. Their eyes were full of vigilance. "Why you actually dared to lay your hands on our master without the consent of us, the Bawu sisters. You are truly courageous. I'm annoyed." Because the other party is a famous idol and also an acquaintance, Shixian let her guard down and caused master to be tainted. Without Yeju Shi and Shixian's permission, Meijio will not be allowed to approach master again. Meijio looked at 10 Fragrance, Yeju Shi, and Shixian who were full of hostility towards her. She was confused. "What taint?" "It's just a kiss. Don't tell me you guys don't do it normally?" Hearing Meijio's words, the 8 Fragrance sisters' faces turned red. They obviously did it before. 10 Fragrances frowned in confusion. "What's a kiss?" The air suddenly froze. Wu Yen couldn't help but turn his head away as tears started streaming down his cheeks. Speaking of which, he really didn't play the kissing game with 10 Fragrance. Meijio's eyes widened slightly, and she couldn't help but laugh. "What? So 10 Fragrance doesn't know what a kiss is? Is there a problem?" "Of course not." Meijio looked at 10 Fragrance with a smile. She seemed to have thought of something and her silver eyes lit up as she said this happily. "If that's the case, why don't I teach 10 Fragrance how to kiss?" "Wah." Other than Toka, everyone else was stunned by Meijio's words. Especially Wu Yen, he's on the verge of going hysterical. Meijio, is she planning to eat both men and women? 10 Fragrance who didn't know what a kiss was didn't think much of it. However, she still felt that something was wrong. "Why do you want to teach me how to kiss?" "Isn't that because 10 Fragrance doesn't know how to kiss?" Meijio acted like a philanthropist as she tried to entice him. "So, isn't it natural for me, the so-called kiss expert, to be the one to teach Tixiangchan? Is that so?" "Of course." Meijio immediately put her hands together in front of her chest as if she was praying. She closed her eyes, pouted her lips and moved closer to 10 Fragrance. "So, please, 10 Fragrance, learn and feel it." Seeing Meijio pouting her lips and moving closer to 10 Fragrance's lips, everyone present was completely stunned. A strange feeling involuntarily rose in 10 Fragrance's heart. Seeing that beautiful face getting closer and closer, 10 Fragrance didn't know what to do and shook her head. Finally, she couldn't help but run away. "Don't come over." What? Why are you chasing us two?" "Fear, Shixian has a bad feeling." Really? If that's the case, let me teach everyone how to kiss." "Wah, ha." Seeing Meijio chasing after 10 Fragrance, Yogi, and Shixian like a pervert, Wu Yen, Kurumi, Yoshino, and Shirori looked at each other and sighed. Chapter 12:14. In the sky above Tengu City, Fraxinus, Coterie was the only one sitting on the platform in Fraxinus's command room. The rest of Ratatosker's members weren't present. Due to the irregular occurrence of spacequakes, the precursors could only be predicted up to 10 minutes in advance. After a certain amount of time, there was no way to predict when the spacequakes would occur. Therefore, as an elven organization, the members of Ratatosker generally did not have holidays. Their goal was to alert the elves of the spacequakes as soon as they occurred. That way, they would be able to monitor the elves in the outer realm and react accordingly. Therefore, if there were no special circumstances, at least 1 or 2 people would stay in the command center of Fraxinus and arrange for night watch and shifts. Today, however, the diva that Ratatosker racked their brains over, the berserker who was listed as the number 1 target to be dealt with, Yakuya and Yuhan, were captured. To celebrate, Coterie gave everyone in Ratatosker a day off and let them get off work early. Of course, if the spacequakes were to occur, the alarms connected to every Ratatosker member's radio would sound simultaneously. Fraxinus would then use the teleportation device to retrieve everyone and deal with the elves. If the spacequakes didn't occur, then the members of Ratatosker would be able to enjoy this rare holiday. However, even though Coterie gave everyone in Ratatosker a day off, she never thought of giving herself a day off. Sitting on the command center, Coterie recalled the information she got from Yakuya. She converted all the information into text and typed it into the screen in front of her. She checked the contents over and over again and organized them carefully. This information, not only would it become an important secret in Ratatosker's database, it would also need to be mentioned during the next roundtable meeting. After all, there was too little information on Phantom at the moment and Ratatosker had his own mission to complete. Ratatosker didn't have enough manpower. If they were to investigate the Phantom alone, it would be difficult. It would be very difficult. Therefore, Coterie decided to ask the people behind Ratatosker to investigate as well. They were more powerful anyway. They rarely interfered with Ratatosker's internal affairs, so Coterie was more than happy to give them something to do. Originally, the task of sorting out information was usually done by other staff members and didn't require Commander Coterie to do it herself. But now, Coterie had given Ratatosker's people a holiday. She didn't feel comfortable leaving the mysterious Phantom to others, so she decided to do it herself. Apart from Kurumi and Meijio, Coterie was the only other person he knew who had come into contact with Phantom. Phantom had even changed the object of Coterie's existence, so it wasn't a bad choice for her to organize it. On top of that, Coterie was also concerned about the information she got from Meijio, who also came into contact with Phantom and was bestowed with a spirit crystal. Even if the other members of Ratatosker were here, Coterie wouldn't let them handle it. After some time, Coterie finally typed the last character into the screen and let out a sigh of relief. Coterie rested her chin on her hand and muttered as she looked at the information about Phantom on the screen. Yakuya gave Yakuya a purple spirit crystal, and I got a red one. Could it be that the different colors of the spirit crystal are the manifestation of different elves' powers? The spirit crystal was the source of all elves' powers. With the spirit crystal, an elf would be an elf. Even a human would possess elven powers after fusing with the spirit crystal. The spirit crystal didn't exist in any part of the elf's body, but as long as it was an elf, there would be a spirit crystal in their body. There was only one way to make the spirit crystal manifest. That was to kill the individual that possessed this spirit crystal, the sprite. Of course, this was only a guess. No one could give a 100% accurate answer as to whether or not one could obtain a spirit crystal by killing an elf. However, according to Westcott, if an elf fell into despair and entered a reverse state, it was very likely that the spiritual crystal would directly appear. That was why Westcott was so obsessed with killing elves. He wanted to get the spirit crystal that represented the power of the elves. Coterie knew this as well. Coterie narrowed her eyes and sighed. Where did the Phantom get this spirit crystal? How many spirit crystals does it have? As soon as she finished speaking, a voice came from behind Coterie as if it was an answer. Could it be that Phantom herself has mastered the method to create spirit crystals? Huh! The sudden voice caused Kotori to exclaim softly. She quickly turned her head, only to see a figure holding a lunchbox in his hand. But if the spirit crystal could be created using a certain method, the elves and elves in this world would be overflowing by now, right? Wu Yen rubbed his chin as if he didn't notice that he scared Kotori. He continued talking while rubbing his chin. Perhaps the phantom was stolen from the Dem or the elven troops of those countries. After all, as an organization that advocates killing elves, they might have really succeeded in killing some elves and obtained the spirit crystal from there. Well, it's also possible that the phantom killed some elves and obtained their spirit crystals to create an elven army that would listen to his orders. That's also very possible. You're talking like nothing happened. What are you talking about? Kotori grumbled when she saw Wu Yen going off on his own. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? Are you trying to scare me to death? I didn't stop you because you were busy working. Wu Yen pursed his lips. Who asked you to assume a thinker's posture and talk to yourself over there? Wu Yen returned to Kotori's side and he looked at the screen showing the information on Phantom. And? Did you get any useful information after thinking about it for so long? No, Kotori said in a huff. I only know that the phantom that appeared before me 5 years ago should be the same existence as the god that contacted Mikoto. It's still bestowing spirit crystals to humans and is still working under our noses. I don't know anything else. Kotori glanced at Wu Yen. And? Why you here? Didn't you go on a date with Meijio? I don't know where you got that conclusion from, but I'm here to deliver dinner to a certain sister who suddenly called home to tell Shiori that she's going to spend the night at someone else's place. Wu Yen looked at the lunchbox expressionlessly and turned around. Since a certain little sister doesn't like me, I'll just bring the food that I personally cooked back to 10 fragrances to eat. Wait. Kotori lost her cool, she coughed and blushed. Since you've worked so hard to make it, it would be unreasonable of me to not eat it. It's better for me to leave it. Wu Yen smiled triumphantly. Kotori was annoyed again. She snatched the lunchbox from Wu Yan's hand and snorted. Do you have nothing better to do? Why are you here in the middle of the night? Well, it's nothing. Wu Yen shrugged. I thought your excuse of spending the night at someone else's place was a bit ridiculous. I guessed you were here so I came to check it out. Don't worry, I already told Shiori. Kotori paused, she hesitated for a bit before looking at Wu Yen. In that case, follow me to a place. Chapter 12:15. When Wu Yen recovered from the feeling of the world spinning and regained his vision, what appeared in front of him was a vast and dim passage with very little light. All around me were icy cold walls. Behind me was also a wall that seemed to lead to a dead end. In front of me was a tunnel that seemed to have no end, or perhaps it was because it was too dark. Beneath my feet was a mechanical platform that resembled a magic circle. Wu Yen looked at the machine platform under his feet. He looked around before turning around to look at Kotori, who is also standing on the same machine platform as him. Where is this? Kotori brought Wu Yen to a room in the airship Fraxinus. Kotori brought Wu Yen to a room that has never been opened before. There was nothing in the room except for an empty space and an instrument similar to the platform under his feet. Due to the fact that Wu Yen had already turned Fraxinus into a noble phantasm, as a noble phantasm, Wu Yen should know everything about Fraxinus like the back of his hand. Wu Yen should know about the existence of the device and the room. But what is the instrument? What is it? How can it be used? Wu Yen didn't know any of this. Fraxinus was Wu Yan's noble phantasm, but Wu Yen didn't know anything about the instrument that Wu Yen had turned into a noble phantasm. It was impossible. When Wu Yen turned Fraxinus into a noble phantasm, he already knew about the existence of that room and the device. He also knew that he couldn't activate the device. He also asked Kotori about the device and its function more than once. But every single time. Even Kotori gave him the excuse that it was useless even if he knew. She sent him away. Now, Wu Yen finally understood the purpose of the device and why he couldn't activate it. It was because of the instrument. It was a long-range fixed-point teleportation device. Long-range fixed-point teleportation device. As the name suggested, it was a device used for long-range teleportation. There was a teleportation device on Fraxinus, and Wu Yan often used it. But it could only teleport a short distance. This is the so-called short distance. It refers to the distance between high and low. For example, the teleportation device on Fraxinus is a device that can teleport people from Fraxinus to Tiangong City, and it can also retrieve people back to Fraxinus. However, it only works when Fraxinus is directly above the target or destination. For example, if the people in Fraxinus wanted to go to Itsuka's house, then Fraxinus would have to move to the top of Itsuka's house. It was the same the other way around. If you want to retrieve a target, you have to move to the top of them. Otherwise, the teleportation device would be useless. As for the long-range fixed-point teleportation device, it was used for teleportation within a very long range. However, it also had restrictions. Restriction 1. It must consume a lot of magical power. The farther the teleportation distance, the more magical power it consumes. Restriction 2. It can only be teleported between another long-range fixed-point teleportation device that is bound to the long-range fixed-point teleportation device. Because of this, even if the long-range fixed-point teleportation device was turned into a noble relic, Wu Yan couldn't use it. The magical power consumption was not a problem. Although it was a little difficult to support it with the overall magical power generated by Fraxinus, it was still doable. The real problem was that if the other long-range fixed-point teleportation device that was bound to the long-range fixed-point teleportation device was not turned on, then it couldn't be teleported. That's why Wu Yan didn't know the function of the device until today. Just like what Coterie said, it was useless even if he knew about it. It was unlikely that he would use it anyway. Fortunately, no one in Fraxinus was around today. That's why Fraxinus could use all its magical power to activate the long-range fixed-point teleportation device. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to activate the long-range fixed-point teleportation device without using up all the magical power in Fraxinus. Wu Yan and Coterie, who stepped into the device and accepted the teleportation, they arrived at a place far, far away from where they came from. They might be in a foreign country. What Coterie said next confirmed Wu Yan's guess. This is the foreign headquarters of Ratatosker. After saying this, Coterie neatly put on the clothes draped over her shoulders, stepped down from the platform, and walked forward. Ratatosker's headquarters? Wu Yan was surprised. He quickly ran down from the platform and followed Coterie. Why did you bring me here? Someone wants to see you. Coterie replied concisely. She continued tidying up her clothes without batting an eyelid. Wu Yan flinched for a second before he recalled something, and he nodded in realization. What's the purpose? Oh. Coterie looked at Wu Yan. Aren't you going to ask who wants to see you? More or less, I can guess. What's the purpose? More or less, I can guess. Coterie rolled her eyes at Wu Yan. Then why are you asking? I'm just not sure. Wu Yan sighed. After all, this could very well be a very boring meeting. It might be for you or for us, but for the higher-ups, they won't be able to sleep well if they don't make things clear. Coterie pursed her lips. The so-called upper echelons are just a group of people who gradually become more and more afraid of death and have groundless fears as their power and status gradually increase. Of course, that person is an exception, that's why I respect him. Coterie paused and glanced at Wu Yan. Don't get into a conflict with him. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow when he heard this. What if we get into a conflict? Coterie stopped as well. She looked at Wu Yan with her red eyes. She said with an expressionless face, Then don't even think about getting on my bed. Coterie continued walking forward, leaving Wu Yan standing there in a daze. That prideful and cold Coterie actually dared to say something like, Don't even think about getting on my bed. It seems like the Lord she spoke of has a very high position in her heart. Rubbing his nose, Wu Yan sighed and shrugged helplessly. Don't get on your bed? Then you can get on my bed too. Wu Yan giggled and he crossed his arms behind his head. He followed Coterie into the tunnel. Listen, don't get into a conflict with that person. Standing in front of a door, Coterie broke the silence and unexpectedly gave an order. Or else it'll be hard for me. All right, all right. Wu Yan was dissatisfied. How much do you want to help an outsider? He's my savior. Coterie glared at Wu Yan. Do you want me to be a person who bites the hand that feeds me? You should at least have some faith in me. Wu Yan waved his hand impatiently. Do I have a face that will get into conflict with others? Or do I have a bad personality? All right. I'm just reminding you. Coterie sighed and pulled herself together. She knocked on the door. Come in. A voice came from the other side of the door. Coterie pursed her lips, pushed the door open and walked in. Wu Yan looked inside and saw a large round table. Then he saw a group of people sitting around the table. There are about 5 or 6 people sitting around the round table. Due to the dim lighting, he could only make out their blurry silhouettes. However, Wu Yan, who walked into the room, could clearly feel that everyone here is looking at him. Wu Yan's gaze was attracted to the person sitting at the head of the table. Chapter 12:16. Sitting at the head of the round table was a foreign man in his 50s with a benevolent face. This foreign man in his 50s didn't look very dignified. On the contrary, he looked kind. Although his eyes were sharp, because of his age, he gave people the feeling that he had experienced the vicissitudes of life that an old man should have. Without a doubt, he's a person who would be hard to notice even if thrown into a crowd. However, Wu Yan still paid attention to him at the first possible moment. It's not because he's sitting at the head of the table, and it's not because of his age that Wu Yan thought he might be in existence with a high status. It's because, even though he looks ordinary, the presence he exudes is so strong that it's impossible to ignore him. It's an aura that can only be cultivated by someone who has been in a high position for many years. It's not something that can be covered up by a little impression. Just like Wu Yan, Woodman also looked at Wu Yan. Similarly, it's not because he guessed that Wu Yan is the person he wanted to meet. It's because he sensed an oppressive aura emanating from Wu Yan's body that made his heart palpitate. Although Woodman had never been on the front line regarding the affairs of the elves, he had a deep understanding of the strength of the elves. If an elf were to stand in front of Woodman right now, Woodman wouldn't be affected. Not only would Woodman be able to maintain his composure, he would also be able to use his benevolent face to give the elf a peaceful smile. But now, Woodman sensed an oppressive aura from Wu Yan that makes his heart palpitate. Based on this point alone, Woodman was somewhat convinced of Coterie's words. She said that even if Wu Yan wanted to destroy the world, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Coterie acted like she didn't feel anything and bowed respectfully to Woodman. Master Woodman, the person you wanted to meet. I've brought him here. Thank you for your hard work, Commander Wuha. Woodman smiled kindly and nodded to Coterie. I'm sorry for making you come all the way here, my side is. Coterie ignored everyone else and lowered her head to Woodman. Sending out a message in the middle of the night that will bring people here. Let the adults open the meeting room at the round table. Coterie should be the one apologizing. That's right. You don't have to worry, Commander Wu. Woodman smiled. Although it's the middle of the night over there, it's still daytime here. That's good. After saying that, Coterie stepped aside. What happened next? There was no need for Coterie to stand at the front anymore. After all, the main character of this banquet was not her. Almost at the same time, Woodman and everyone else in the conference room fixed their eyes on Wu Yan. Wu Yan glanced at the people sitting around the round table. His gaze met with Woodman's, causing Woodman to smile amiably. Actually, I've wanted to meet you since a long time ago. I know. Even though the person in front of him is the chairman of the Round Table Conference, a person who is respected by Coterie, Wu Yan didn't show any signs of humility. He nodded as if he was an equal. As for the reason, I can more or less guess it. I'm sorry, we have too many questions. If we don't solve them, we won't be able to work in peace. Otherwise, my secretary will get angry. Woodman joked. Wu Yan chuckled. It's about the same here. I don't have a secretary, but I have a sister who gives me a headache. I can't do anything about it. Wu Yan shook his head and he looked at Woodman. I know the reason. but I can't guarantee that I'll be able to solve all your questions. His voice echoed in the conference room and entered the ears of everyone present. At this moment, apart from Coterie and Woodman who remained calm, the other counselors at the round table more or less expressed their dissatisfaction. First, let me introduce myself. Just call me Woodman. Woodman tapped the table with his finger and smiled at Wu Yan. Then, should I call you Daojun Scholar? Or, well, I'll call you that for now. Wu Yan shrugged. Of course, if you have questions about my name, I'll answer truthfully. But you'll be disappointed. Oh. Woodman's smile didn't fade. Why is that? Wu Yan chuckled and he looked at the other counselors around the round table. Because even if you know my real name and start an investigation, you won't be able to find anything. As soon as he said that, the members at the round table held their breaths for 2 to 3 seconds. That's what they're planning. Is that so? Woodman smiled helplessly. He narrowed his eyes at Wu Yan. If that's the case, it shouldn't matter if I reveal my real name, right? Wu Yan stared at Woodman. Woodman kept a smile on his face as if he didn't have any ulterior motives. All right. Wu Yan pursed his lips. If that's the case, you can call me Wu Yan. Wu Yan. The members of the round table repeated this name over and over again. They committed this name to memory. When they get back, they will use this name as the source of their investigation. Even though Wu Yan said it was useless, it was still the same. I'll call you Mr. Wu Yan. Woodman tapped his chin and stopped smiling. He took a deep breath and his expression turned serious. Then, Mr. Wu Yan, can you tell me where you're from? Following this sentence, the entire conference room fell into silence. There was no sound at all. Wu Yan seemed to have expected Woodman to ask such a question. He spread out his hands, smiled, and gave an answer that made everyone's expression change. No comment. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly became heavy. Even Woodman's brows furrowed. You're making things very difficult for us. Are you troubled because you don't know where I came from? The corners of Wu Yan's mouth slowly curved upwards. Then you must have been troubled for a long time, right? That's why I'm asking. Woodman closed his eyes and used the hand on the table to support his chin. You possess a strength that can rival the elves without the use of a manifestation device or any equipment. You also possess a magical tool like the sealing ring that even the manifestation device can't reproduce its function. Adding on to the fact that you appeared together with the spacequake, you're not an elf, and you don't have any traces of living as a human being either. With all these factors added together, even if we want to have a conversation with you, we don't know where to start. If it's possible, I hope Mr. Wu Yan can reveal where you came from. Let us know. Woodman's expression was very serious. This world can no longer withstand threats other than the elves. Is that so? Wu Yan nodded expressionlessly. I see. In your eyes, I'm a threat to the world. Is that what you mean? Yes, I can't say for sure that's not the case. Woodman said bluntly, but I'm more worried that other than the elves, there might be other non-human beings with such great power like you who might be disloyal to this world. You can rest assured about that. Wu Yan waved his hand and interrupted Woodman. I can tell you clearly that I am an exception. Your worries are unnecessary. As soon as he said that, the other counselors in the conference room could no longer sit still. We can't conclude that there's no threat in this world just because you said so. The person sitting on the lower left of Woodman couldn't help but speak in a deep voice. You have to reveal where you came from, your background, your identity. Why do you have the power of an elf? Why do you have such a magical item? Only then can we investigate and, I say, however, before he could finish his sentence, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes flashed with a sharp glint, stopping him in his tracks. Did you make a mistake somewhere? Chapter 12:17. Mistake? The cold words stunned all the members at the round table, including Woodman. Their faces were full of doubt. Wu Yan sighed when he saw the confused look on the members' faces. Then he said in a light tone, "Looks like you all have been in high positions for too long. You all think it's normal to question others. Wu Yan mocked the council members around the round table. Do you think it's necessary for me to explain myself to all of you? Coterie revealed a wry smile. Woodman was taken aback and went silent. Only the other members of the round table seemed to have been provoked, and their faces sank. What do you mean? The councilman who asked for Wu Yan's identity and background sounded a bit angry. Are you provoking all of us at the round table? Now that's interesting. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. His mocking expression turned into one of mockery. I'm not a subordinate of anyone at the round table. I'm not a member of any of your organizations. I've never received any benefits from you. I don't even have a salary. I only met you because of my sister's request. Other than that, I have nothing to do with you. And you lot, I'm afraid this isn't the first time you've investigated me without my permission. You've even spied on me and interfered with me. I haven't even pursued the matter with you lot and you're already questioning me. Wu Yan narrowed his wine-red eyes. His words struck a chord in everyone's hearts. Speak. Why should I explain myself to all of you? His words were extremely sharp. It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured over the heads of all the counselors who were still angry just a moment ago, causing a chill to run down their spines. Only now did they realize that the person in front of them was called Itsuka Shido. His real name was Wu Yan. He wasn't even a member of their organization. Then, what right did he have to explain everything to them who had nothing to do with him? Haven't you already joined Ratatosker? Another councilman sitting on the left side of the round table spoke. Ratatosker is an organization established by the round table. Since you're a member of Ratatosker, you should be our subordinate. In that case, isn't it right that they are our subordinates? That's right. That's right. The council members at the round table remembered this and they got excited. However, Wu Yan retorted with a nonchalant statement. I joined Ratatosker because I wanted to save the elves who were killed because of their existence. Wu Yan glanced at the members. However, I didn't receive any benefits from Ratatosker. Instead, I helped you seal the elves. I did it for free. Is this how you treat someone who is helping you for free? The members at the round table were speechless. However, the member sitting on the left of the main seat retorted. But you also received a group of powerful elves because of this, didn't you? The member stared at Wu Yan and sneered. Speaking of which, you're the one who benefited the most, right? Hearing this, Coterie's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Even Woodman frowned. Wu Yan looked at the sneered member and turned to Woodman. Are you sure this person is with you? Woodman remained silent. The member was infuriated. He slammed the table and stood up. What do you mean by that? Are you denying my identity? That's right. Wu Yan looked at him with a cold glare. Isn't the main purpose of the round table to peacefully resolve the threat of spacequake and allow the elves to live happily ever after? What did you just say? Benefits? Wu Yan took a step forward. A suffocating pressure enveloped everyone's heart. Woodman's pupils shrunk. The members were horrified. In your eyes, the elves only bring benefits? Then why can't I question your identity? But only then did the councilman realize how stupid his words were. His face was filled with panic. Woodman could kick him out of the round table based on that sentence alone. He would never be able to interfere with the affairs of the elves. If he couldn't interfere with the affairs of the elves, he wouldn't be able to know the truth behind Spacequake and Spacequake. If it was a light matter, his status would be lowered. If it was a serious matter, all his memories of the elves and Spacequake would be erased. He would be demoted to the level of an ordinary person. In this world where Spacequake and elves were the main theme, demoting him to the level of an ordinary person would be akin to knocking him off his pedestal. No matter what, this was something he couldn't accept. If this threat came from any of the other counselors, or even all of the counselors present, the counselor might not care about it. In terms of status, although everyone present was on par with him, there was no one who could truly stand above him and decide his life and death. There wasn't anyone among the members, but there was one among the chairmen. With Woodman's strength, it wasn't impossible for him to knock him off his pedestal. Therefore, the councilman immediately panicked. He slammed the table and stood up, not knowing whether to stand or sit. He instantly fell into a state of incomparable anxiety. Seeing this scene, Woodman sighed softly. "Sit down." "Yes, yes." Seeing that Woodman didn't seem to have any intention of pursuing the matter, the councilman breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't dare to say anything else and hurriedly complied respectfully before sitting down resentfully. Woodman looked at Wu Yen and he said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Wu Yen." "My apologies, Wu Yinkun. We were wrong in this matter. I can't move freely, so I can only apologize to you. I hope you can forgive me." Wu Yan's expression lightened up a bit. "I don't mean to blame you. It's just that, even though I'm in the middle of a quest, the elves are very kind. They are sincere in interacting with me. I have never forced myself to interact with them for the sake of world peace. Even if I have a motive, I treat the elves with sincerity." At this point, Wu Yan looked around at everyone. "Benefits and whatnot, I know there's no way to eradicate it from everyone's heart, but at the very least, don't do anything stupid because of benefits. Otherwise, when the time comes, not only will I not help you, but I might even become your most important enemy." Lin Fan said with a smile. Such blunt words caused all the members present to look at each other in silence. Coterie was still expressionless, but her red eyes were filled with gentleness. Even Woodman revealed a sincere smile. "I am glad to hear that. You are the one who did the right thing." Woodman beamed at Wu Yen. Then he sighed helplessly. "But it seems like we won't be able to get any information from you. That's why I told Coterie that this meeting is going to be boring." Wu Yen shrugged. He didn't try to hide anything from her. "But you can rest assured that as long as you stand on the side of the elves and act for the good of the elves, I will always be on your side. This is the only thing I can guarantee you. So it's like this." Woodman mumbled as if he was sleep-talking. An extremely warm smile slowly surfaced on his face. "If that's the case, that's enough." Woodman's original seriousness faded away from his face, replaced by the amiable look he had at the beginning. Only now did Woodman look like a benevolent old man, looking at Wu Yen with a gentle gaze. "Other than Wu Yenkuan's background, I also wanted to ask you where you're going to use the large number of manifestation devices you want us to make. But now, I think Wu Yenkun will use the display devices appropriately." Meeting Wu Yan's eyes, Woodman smiled. "I'll leave the elves in your hands." Wu Yen laughed, Coterie laughed as well. Chapter 12:18. Phew. Soaking in the hot water, Wu Yen exhaled softly. He stared at the ceiling of the bathroom. His heart was in turmoil. Coterie brought him to Woodman and the others, and he only met with the council members once. However, the development of the situation was in line with his expectations. He had to admit that the council members had good intentions. At the very least, they advocated for peaceful communication with the elves in order to solve the disaster the elves brought to the world and allow the elves to live a happy life. This idea suited Wu Yen very well. Because of this, the council members of the Round Table have a lot of restrictions. They can't be as unscrupulous as the Dem when dealing with the elves. In addition, Wu Yan's strength allowed them to get the best result without exposing any useful information. Wu Yan can't just tell the council members that he's not from this world, he's from another world. Moreover, he can come and go as he pleases. Even if he leaves this world will be frozen in time. If he really did say that, it's one thing if the members of the Round Table would believe him or not. Even if they did, it wouldn't make any difference to Wu Yan. He wouldn't mind exposing his identity to the other worlds outside of this world. There are a lot of existences as strong as the elves out there. However, if he did that, it would cause a bit of trouble. To this world, the elves were an existence equivalent to a natural disaster. The elves alone were enough to make the higher-ups of this world battered. If they knew that there were existences more powerful than the elves and that people in the Spalier world could cultivate and become stronger as humans, many of them would become disloyal. For example, they hoped to obtain the method to cultivate impetus and mana from Wu Yen. Or they hoped that Wu Yen could bring them out of this world and into a world with true power. If Wu Yen doesn't want to do it, he will definitely arouse their hostility. This could be seen from today's meeting. They casually took the fact that the elves possessed power as a benefit. Obviously. Inside the round table, not everyone would treat the elves with sincerity. When the forest was big, there were all kinds of birds. Although there were only a few members at the round table, all of them held high positions. Their thoughts. It was very likely that it directly represented the thoughts of the forces they owned. It was also because of this. Wu Yen didn't reveal his true identity. Otherwise, why would he go out of his way to hide something just because of the hostility of a bunch of normal people? What he was afraid of was that she was there. Inside the round table, the hands and feet of the Dem were still there. Once his identity was discovered by that ambitious Dem, he would be in big trouble. He might not care too much about it, but what about the elves? What about Shiori? Wu Yen couldn't ignore these things. Fortunately, Chairman Woodman was truly considerate of the elves. He prevented Wu Yen from completely falling out with the round table. He also successfully obtained the assurance that the round table would complete the display device he requested. According to Woodman, the materials for the display device were all prepared. Wu Yen also left them sufficient funds. The production of the display device would be put on the agenda. With Yasgate Electronics Company's manufacturing technology of the display device, and the assistance of the other display devices in the manufacturing process, I believe that this batch of display devices with a large number of different types should not be too far away from the day of their birth. Woodman also promised that once the display devices were completed, he would immediately send Wu Yen to collect them. As for how Wu Yen is going to take away such a large number of display devices, that's not something he needs to concern himself with. In the end, the round table only obtained a name and nothing else, yet they were still willing to produce display devices for Wu Yen. From this perspective, Wu Yen was quite blessed by the goddess of luck. Unfortunately, Wu Yen didn't feel too happy about this result. Logically speaking, he should be happy with this result. However, Wu Yan's mood was slightly complicated. He couldn't say that he was upset. He could only say that he had a bad premonition about what was about to happen. But it didn't seem like it was a bad feeling either. Wu Yen felt the restlessness in his heart over and over again. He couldn't figure out what it was or why it was. He couldn't help but feel a little conflicted. Could it be that vampires are all so bored at night? Just as Wu Yen was feeling conflicted, a young and majestic voice came from his body. Wu Yen was startled. He helplessly scratched his cheek. I say, Natsuki, I'm already annoyed enough. Don't hit me when I'm down. You're annoyed, but I'm annoyed too. Natsuki retorted without holding back. As soon as I woke up and connected to your consciousness, I noticed that you were feeling restless for no reason. You don't even know why you're feeling restless. Isn't that just boredom? Do you think I want to? Wu Yen grumbled in dissatisfaction. I also want to know what's going on, but I just feel restless for no reason. I don't know if it's because of the connection between our consciousnesses, but it's making me feel restless. Natsuki sighed. They say that only women will feel restless for no reason when they're old. I didn't think men would feel restless as well, especially vampires. Menopause really doesn't have any racial restrictions, but there's a gender restriction. Only women feel it, I don't. Plus, I'm still young, I'm only in my 20s. Don't talk nonsense. Wu Yan's eye twitched. Perhaps it's because the familiar is showing signs of menopause that it's causing its master, who is connected to it, to feel annoyed for no reason. Who knows? Oh! Natsuki's voice stiffened slightly, and she lowered her voice. It seems like you've become a lot more arrogant after turning me into your familiar and becoming my master. I'm just stating facts. Wu Yen pursed his lips. You said that our consciousnesses are connected. Since that's the case, why don't you tell me why I'm feeling restless? Don't ask me about things you don't even know. Natsuki harumphed. Who knows if you're overreacting because you've been in contact with the people at the round table? I hope I'm overreacting. Wu Yen scratched his head in frustration. But I keep having this feeling. It's like, I've forgotten something. Forgotten? Natsuki was astonished by his words. Don't you have perfect memory? How could you forget something like that? To be more precise, it's neglected. Wu Yan frowned. That's right. There's something, or someone that I've neglected. Neglected? Natsuki's interest was piqued. What did you overlook? I wouldn't be asking you if I knew. Wu Yan snapped. It's not a matter of memory, it's something I've neglected. Aren't we connected? Can't you help me look for it? How would I know what you've neglected? Natsuki grumbled. Let me bring up all the people, things you've experienced since you were a child. You can try to recall them and see if you've neglected anything. Wu Yan choked and sighed. In other words, there's no result? Well, who knows? Natsuki said nonchalantly. Maybe you just don't want to remember. I'd be an idiot if I relied on you. Wu Yan got annoyed when he heard that. Wu Yan's eyes darted around as he thought of something. He smirked and raised his hand. It transformed into a black, ghostly hand with blood-red veins. Then, a bloody mist gushed out from his hand. A naked Natsuki appeared from the bloody mist. She sat on top of Wu Yan with a shocked look on her face. You. Before Natsuki could react, Wu Yan covered her mouth with his. Natsuki's eyes widened in disbelief. You? Wu Yan's hands started roaming all over Natsuki's body as she whimpered. Chapter 12-19. This is Tiangong City's Elven Army, AST's base. Unlike the buildings and residences of normal people, AST's base only gave off one feeling: it was cold. This was because, other than some indoor rooms, the walls of the corridors, passageways, halls, and other places were all made of cold steel. Rather than calling it a garrison, it would be better to call it a fully armed base. Inside the camp, in the corridors and passageways, AST members dressed in revealing streamlined outfits were chatting with each other. If one ignored their tight-fitting streamlined outfits and the desolate environment around them, these AST members would be no different from ordinary teenage girls. Among these girls, Tabichi Origami, who is also wearing a streamlined uniform, is also here. Unlike the other AST members who are chatting and laughing, Kitsune Origami silently walked past her colleagues and entered a changing room. She changed her clothes while organizing her CR unit. Today is the first day of the Tianyang Festival. As a student of Lichon High School, even if Kitsune Origami doesn't want to play to her heart's content, she should still help her classmates work at the booths. In fact, Kitsune Origami did exactly that. After finishing her work, Kitsune Origami left Tiangong Square without saying a word. She didn't plan to have fun during the Tianyang Festival. She went straight to the training room in the base. She started training day after day, year after year. This training has been going on until now. In the base, there were also other members who were working hard, like Kite Origami, carrying out the daily routine of AST. However, they are planning to finish all their work in AST so that they can enjoy the remaining 2 days of the Tianyang Festival. After all, the Tianyang Festival will be held for 3 days. They have to finish all their work on the first day and then enjoy it for 2 more days. This was a very normal thing. Unfortunately, Kitsune Origami isn't like that. Although Kite 1 Origami had finished his work, he would still come to the encampment for training after finishing his work in the upcoming Tianyang ritual. At least, that's what she plans to do. Kitsune Origami changed out of her streamlined uniform. Wearing a set of military-like work clothes, Tokichi Origami raised her head and looked at the CR unit, stored in the special wardrobe. Then she stopped moving. Kitsune Origami stared at the CR unit in front of her with complicated feelings. For Kitsune Origami, who wants to kill the elves and find the enemy who killed her parents, this CR unit is the only thing she can rely on. It's the only thing she can rely on to achieve her revenge. Without the CR unit, Kitsune Origami is just a girl who is slightly stronger than other girls of the same age. However, even if she has this CR unit, what can she do? Kitsune Origami knows that AST's CR unit is only average. It's far from the best CR unit, let alone the most advanced CR unit. It can't compare to them. It was impossible to defeat the elves by relying on such a CR unit. In other words, even if she can find her enemy, Kitsune Origami doesn't have the power to seek revenge. But what can she do? Kitsune Origami won't be able to use a good CR unit even if she has one, let alone if she doesn't have one. Therefore, even if the CR unit in front of her is only a mainland CR unit, Kitsune Origami can only rely on it. That's why Kitsune Origami needs to train to make up for the CR unit's lack of performance. Apart from this, Tokichi Origami really couldn't think of any other way to successfully take revenge. Kitsune Origami clenched her fists and lowered her head when she remembered how powerful the elves in the same class were and how they couldn't even survive a single hit from the fire elves. When can I get my revenge? Just as Yuichi Origami was about to immerse herself in the flames of revenge, a series of footsteps sounded from outside the door, waking Yuichi Origami up. She turned around and saw a few of her colleagues, who were chatting and laughing, walking in at the same time and starting to change their clothes. Yuichi Origami shook her head and got rid of the distracting thoughts in her mind. She closed her closet. Just as she was about to walk out of the locker room, the conversation of several colleagues caught her attention. Hey, did you hear? A girl said in a mysterious tone. I heard a big shot is coming to our base. Big shot? Yuichi Origami stopped in her tracks and frowned slightly. Big shot? The other girl's interest was piqued as well. What big shot? I'm not sure. I'm not too sure either. I only know that it's someone from the dim side. Wow. That's a big shot. Hearing the conversation between the girls, Tokichi Origami's frown deepened. Of course, Kite Origami had heard of the name DEM. Since Yasgate Electronics isn't a public company, their connections with other countries are very subtle and secretive. Therefore, in the eyes of those who know about the display device, but don't have a deep understanding of it, DM is the only organization in the world that can produce the display device. Since it was the only organization in the world that could produce display devices, how could Tokichi Origami not recognize it? However, wasn't DM's branch in Tiangong City destroyed by an unknown fire some time ago? Then, could it be that DEM's people came to AST's base to ask AST's people to assist in the investigation? For some reason, Kitsune Origami's heart started to beat faster. The reason for the commotion was none other than the word fire. With DM's achievements in the field of display devices, how could a branch company be completely destroyed by a mere fire? The answer was, of course, impossible. A fire that can destroy DM's branch is definitely not an ordinary fire. At the thought of this, a black-clothed, black-haired, red-eyed figure surrounded by flames, and a red-haired, red-eyed girl in feathered clothes who also controlled fire flashed across Tokichi Origami's mind at the same time. If a normal fire can't do it, then what about the fire controlled by the elves? With such a thought rising in his heart, Yuichi Origami's heart suddenly tightened into a ball. Could it be that they were the ones who destroyed DM's branch company? As soon as such a thought appeared, it grew like a vine. Not only did it take root in Kitsune Origami's heart, but it also grew rapidly and was out of control. However, while Toichi Origami was having such a thought, the captain of AST, Daybreak Prairie Fire, rushed into the locker room and shouted at all the AST members. Everyone, get ready now. Gather at the entrance of the base. Upon hearing this, all of the AST members, including Tokichi Origami, were stunned. At this time, it was almost midnight. Why were they still gathering? Kitsune Origami didn't plan to waste any time and directly announced. The big shots from DEM are about to arrive at the base. There are orders from above. All members of AST must line up at the door. Welcome the big shot from D. Hearing this, all the girls present immediately cried out in surprise. No way? They're welcoming him at this time? All of them? Who is this big shot? Why is he so arrogant? Stop talking nonsense. Looking at the group of AST girls who kept their clothes half undone while whispering to each other, they did not take the time to change their clothes at all. A surge of anger erupted from his heart. Don't waste my breath. Hurry up and get ready. His lion-like roar startled everyone present. They hurriedly responded loudly and started to change their clothes. Chapter 12:20. Heavenly Palace City, the entrance of the AST garrison base. Under the dark curtain of the night, the AST members who were wearing military-like uniforms lined up neatly on the vast open space. Their postures were upright, their heads held high and their chests puffed out like a well-trained ceremonial team. Their eyes were fixed on the front with a solemn expression on their faces. In front of the army, there were a few stern-looking middle-aged men who were ready to go. They were also lined up in a row. Under the sun, Liaozi was standing one step behind these men. Clearly, these middle-aged men had a higher status than her. In fact, it was true that these middle-aged men were the leaders of the Heavenly Palace City's Land Self-Defense Force, the AST, against the elves. They were considered the highest-ranking people in the entire garrison. Although their identities were not second to none in the country, they were still among the best. But even with such an existence, they still respectfully lined up in a row, as if they were soldiers meeting a general. It was easy to imagine how high the status of this big shot in the DM was. The AST members were lined up neatly. They maintained absolute silence in the dark night. Even the sound of their breathing was deliberately lowered. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. The entire open space was filled with a heavy atmosphere. Fortunately, the heavy silence did not last long. It was broken by the sound of a luxurious car. When they saw the luxurious car, their eyes lit up. The eyes of the group of AST executives lit up. They took a few steps forward and welcomed the arrival of the car. The car seemed to have noticed the situation at the scene as well. It slowly drove to the front of the group and gradually came to a stop. With the sound of a car door opening, a man and a woman got out of the luxurious car. The man was wearing a suit. He was tall, had dark gray blonde hair, and sharp eyes. It was Wuxia. Long blonde hair. Fair skin. A young girl in office who looked like a secretary. It was Irene. Wu Yan and the others thought that Wuxia and Irene had left Heavenly Palace City because of the destruction of the DM branch. However, Wuxia and Irene appeared at the AST garrison in Heavenly Palace City. Mr. Wuxia. Of course, it was impossible for these AST members to know about the grudge between Wu Yan and Wuxia. They only knew. They were the actual higher-ups of the DM. They had arrived at the AST garrison in Heavenly Palace City. Therefore, with the higher-ups of AST taking the lead, all the AST members present bowed. They bowed deeply. Welcome to the Elven Land Self-Defense Forces garrison. A middle-aged man who was standing in the middle of AST's upper echelons who obviously had a higher status said respectfully. The rest of the upper echelons also bowed one after another. No, no, no. I should be the one apologizing for disturbing you at this time. Wuxia had an uncomfortable smile on his face as he nodded in an unapologetic tone. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. No, it's not like that. The middle-aged man shook his head in a panic. Indeed, no matter how he thought about it, it was already midnight. If someone came to visit at this time, it would undoubtedly be troublesome. The middle-aged man did not dare say that in front of Wuxia. He did not even dare think about it. To them, Wuxia was not just a big shot. He was someone they could not afford to offend. Westcott was the executive director of DM, and DM was the only existence in the world that they knew could produce the display device. In other words, in their eyes, Westcott was the person who controlled all the display devices in the world. If they offended Westcott and caused him to refuse to provide them with the display device, then DME would definitely follow Westcott's wishes and refuse to provide them with the display device. By then, not only would they be able to kill elves, even the national power of this country might be greatly reduced. If that happened, the middle-aged man would be the sinner of the entire country. Besides, the ground self-defense force owed DIM a huge debt because of the display device. If Westcott was slighted here and displeased him, the situation would certainly become very tricky. It was possible that all the AST companies in Heavenly Palace City would lose their positions. Wuxia wasn't sincere in his apology. Looking at the middle-aged man's respectful attitude, he shrugged in boredom. Well, I didn't have a choice. The DM branch in Heavenly Palace City was destroyed, and I ran into some trouble trying to return to the headquarters. I wanted to stay in a hotel for now, but this guard of mine said it was too dangerous, so I had no choice but to come here and disturb you. I happen to have something to take care of as well. I need the help of some sophisticated display devices. Of course, that's not a problem, the middle-aged man agreed without hesitation. The devices in the outpost are all newly acquired by your company. They can definitely meet your needs. We have prepared a room for you as well. Feel free to use them, Mr. Will. That's good. Will Scott nodded in satisfaction. He walked towards the entrance of the outpost. Irene followed behind him quietly. The AST members who lined up at the entrance moved aside in an orderly manner, making a path for Westcott to walk through. Westcott did not stand on ceremony as he walked straight through. However, when Will Scott's gaze inadvertently caught sight of something, his footsteps came to a halt as a glint flashed across his sharp eyes. Irene? Seeing this, Irene looked at Will Scott in confusion. Westcott stared in a certain direction and walked over to a young girl. This young girl was none other than Origami Kite. Seeing Will Scott walk in front of him and stare at him, Tokichi Origami's heart tightened. He lowered his head and his heart started to race. Why is this big shot from DM looking at me like that? Mr. Will Scott. The group of higher-ups also found it strange as they called out softly. However, Will Scott didn't even turn his head back. He smiled at Kite One Origami. You are? Me. Origami Kite became the center of attention in an instant. She couldn't help but feel uneasy. Land Self-Defense Force member Chow, Origami Kite. Miss Kite? Will Scott nodded with a smile. He narrowed his eyes and pointed at Origami Kite's pocket. Can I have a look at that? Hearing this, everyone was startled and quickly looked at Yue Origami's pocket. Yue Origami also looked over immediately. Then they all saw it. There was a photo peeking out from Origami Kite's pocket. This. Origami Kite was confused when she saw the photo. Could it be that this big shot had come all the way here just because of this photo? With that thought in mind, Toichi Origami quietly took out the photo from his pocket and handed it to Westcott. Westcott thanked him and looked at the photo. Then, his sharp eyes shone with a strange light. Behind Will Scott, Elaine also looked at the photo. It was a group photo. There were at least 30 to 40 people in the photo. In the middle of the group, there was a banner with the words, Lai Chan High School, Grade 2, Class 4. Of course, this wasn't what caught Will Scott's attention. What really caught Will Scott's attention were the 5 people standing behind the horizontal line. 10 fragrances. Yajuya. Shisian. Ellen's pupils shrank. Will Scott's lips curled up as he looked at Toichi Origami. Are the people in the photo your classmates? Yes. Yes. Origami replied in a calm voice, but she did not hide the ripples in her eyes. Will Scott smiled and handed the photo back to her. This photo was taken at the Tianyang ceremony, right? It looks good. Westcott smiled and left Tokichi Origami, who was still in a daze, and everyone else. He walked into the base with Irene as if nothing had happened. No one noticed that the smile on Will Scott's face was much wider than it was at the beginning. Chapter 12:21. Yu. Wu Yen, who was dreaming, suddenly felt a few powerful and emotional gazes on him. He let out a small whimper and quickly opened his eyes. Light flooded his field of vision. A second ago he was in deep sleep, but the next second he opened his eyes, rapidly causing his vision to become blurry. He even felt a slight pain in his head, but he didn't have the time to care about that. His intuition told him that if he didn't recover quickly, something very unfavorable to him would befall him. Ignoring the pain in his eyes due to the blinding light, Wu Yen urged his consciousness to return to normal. When his vision returned to normal, he looked at the source of the gaze filled with emotions. Wu Yen saw. They had the same appearance, the same hair color, and the same pupils. However, one of them was slender and the other was voluptuous. They were standing by his bed. However, their familiar eyes were staring at Wu Yan. They seemed to be dissatisfied and angry. It was clear that the gaze filled with emotions Wu Yan felt came from those eyes. I woke up. I woke up. Why was it that Yi Jia and Shi Xian were behaving so differently from before when he woke up? He saw the anger in their eyes and heard their angry words. Wu Yan, who had just woken up, was confused for a moment. If it was any other morning, Yi Jia and Shi Xian would have used the method they learned from the educational video to wake him up. Then he would take advantage of them. Why are they acting so strangely today? Doubts arose in his mind. Wu Yan sneaked a peek at the Yamato sisters who are still fuming with rage. His mind spun rapidly. Could it be that he had done something that would incur the wrath of both men and gods? Wu Yan scratched his head. When he was about to ask something, he noticed something strange. In his arms, there seemed to be something soft lying there. Feeling the softness, Wu Yan blinked his eyes. He glanced at the displeased expressions of the Baku sisters and rubbed the soft thing in his arms. He suddenly recalled something. His face stiffened and he slowly lowered his head to look at the thing in his arms. The first thing that entered Wu Yan's eyes was a head of long, straight black hair. Then, the owner of the long, straight hair appeared in front of Wu Yan's eyes. It was Na Yu. His eyes widened slightly. Wu Yan looked at Na Yu lying in his arms. She was sleeping peacefully like a baby. He finally understood why the Bawu sisters were acting like this. Last night, Wu Yan pranked Na Yu in the bathroom and took advantage of her. He brought her back to the room to sleep. Na Yu seemed to be afraid that others would notice that she was being taken advantage of. Therefore, during the process of the ripples, she resisted and finally collapsed to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. In summary, last night, Wu Yan hugged Na Yu, who was so tired that she fell asleep on the bed and fell asleep instantly. If Wu Yan's memory serves him right, the two people who slept in the same room as him were Yagia and Yushin, right? In the end, he slept with Na Yu. Where did the Bawu sisters sleep last night? It means that they slept on the sofa. Shi Xian said expressionlessly as if she saw through Wu Yan's thoughts. Because it was already very late, Shiji and the others went back to their rooms to sleep. Therefore, Shi Xian and Yi Juya went to the living room to sleep on the sofa. Sleep on the sofa. Wu Yan couldn't stay calm. Just because he slept with another girl, he caused the other two delicate girls to sleep on the sofa. What a heinous crime. Even though we have Yushin with us, we sisters still have to sleep on the sofa. Yakuya crossed her arms in front of her chest. She looked down at Wu Yan with fury in her eyes. Even if you are our master, this is something that cannot be forgiven. That. Looking at the Bawu sisters' angry faces, Wu Yan couldn't find any excuses. He could only smile awkwardly and cut off the magical energy he was supplying to Na Yu. The sleeping Na Yu turned into light spots and disappeared into the air. She returned to Wu Yan's body. Wu Yan sat up on the bed and pretended to cough. He looked at the sisters with a serious expression and said in a serious tone, "Actually, there are many complicated reasons behind this." That's right, there are many complicated reasons. Because it's too complicated, I won't explain. Conclusion. Shi Xian narrowed her eyes and glanced at Wu Yan. In other words, Master has nothing to say, right? Yes. Yes, it's all my fault. Wu Yan surrendered without hesitation. Very good. Yi Juya nodded in satisfaction. He raised his chin in a domineering manner. Seeing that you are our master and that you are sincere in your repentance, we can consider reducing your punishment. There are still crimes. Wu Yan's face turned bitter. Punishing the master is not something a slave should do. They are just ordinary slaves. Yi Juya said arrogantly to Wu Yan. We are the children of the hurricane, Bao. Even if we are slaves, we are different from ordinary slaves. Agreed. Shi Xian nodded. Master, you must pay the price for the cold wind that Shi Xian and Yi Juya suffered last night. So, wake up to reality. After that, Yi Juya and Shi Xian took out something that Wu Yan couldn't ignore. A whip. And a candle. Gulp. Wu Yan gulped and shifted his butt uncomfortably on the bed. You. Why are you holding these things? I learned it from those special training videos. Yi Juya had no idea what the item in his hand could do. He waved the whip proudly and whipped it on the floor. It says something like, I must give love guidance to the person I love. This is something I learned yesterday. Supplement. Shi Xian lit the candle in her hand. So, Yi Juya and Shi Xian ordered these items from the internet without telling Shirori. I didn't expect to use them today. Wu Yan shook his head like a rattle drum. No. You can't use them. Sinner. You have no choice. Yi Juya and Shi Xian held the items that Wu Yan thought were extremely dangerous. They smiled maliciously and approached Wu Yan step by step. Let's talk this over. Wu Yan shouted. I believe that people can understand each other. It's useless to say anything. Carrying an unknown aura, the Baku sisters also yelled out the same thing. While Wu Yan looked at them in horror, they wanted to pounce on him. Suddenly, Wu Yan's phone rang. Someone is calling me. Wu Yan grabbed his phone and ran out of his room as if he had seen his savior. The Bawa sisters were stomping their feet angrily. He ran to the corridor outside his room, his forehead full of sweat. So dangerous. Wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, Wu Yan looked at the caller ID and answered the call. He immediately thanked the person who called him. Meijio, you really are my savior, huh? Meijio made a sound of surprise on the other side of the phone. She pursed her lips in confusion. I don't know what's going on, but it's great to be able to help. Yes. It's a big help. Wu Yan nodded. So, what do you want from me? Yes. Oh, right. Meijio's voice became cheerful. Dear, do you have any plans for the Tianyang festival? Yes. Plans? Wu Yan scratched his cheek. I have to check the booths of Lai Chan High School before the festival. Other than that, there's nothing else. That's great. Meijio couldn't wait to ask. Then, after work, can you go on a date with me? Yes. Chapter 12:22. Heavenly Palace City, Heavenly Palace Square. When Wu Yan arrived at the venue of the Tianyang ritual, Tiangong Square, the place was already packed with people. Compared to yesterday, the number of people in Heavenly Palace Square has increased significantly. But that's to be expected. The Tianyang ceremony would last for 3 days, but in the eyes of outsiders, it would only last for 2 days. This was because the third day of the Tianyang festival was known as the Late Night Festival. Only the students of the 10 high schools could participate in this festival. If they're not from the 10 high schools, then after today, they won't be able to participate in tomorrow's Heavenly Palace Festival. After all, while others were enjoying the Tianyang ceremony, the students of the 10 high schools were in charge of various booths and activities. Rather than saying that they were playing, it was better to say that they were providing entertainment services for others. Even if they could play, they would only do so when they switched shifts with others. If that was the case, it would be unfair to the students. Therefore, the third day of the Heavenly Palace Festival is the day for the 10 high schools to play. Only tomorrow, the students can play to their heart's content. Because of this, there are more people participating in the Heavenly Palace Festival today than yesterday. The reason is simple: if they miss today, then their Heavenly Palace Festival will be over. Therefore, the second day of each Heavenly Palace Festival is the liveliest. Kurumi, Toka, Yagia, Aikishin, and Shirori are following behind him. Wu Yan walked along the path that was divided into different paths. Wu Yan walked towards the stalls of Rokuzen High School. While walking, he's greeted by the laughter of the students around him. Oh, what? You're a bit late. I don't have as much energy as you guys, I can only take it slow. Executive Committee member, you're really working hard, don't cause me trouble if you know. What are you complaining about? You're just recharging. Shut up. Aren't you the ones who made me a member of the Executive Committee? Who told you to take a bunch of beautiful and cute girls everywhere, I'm so envious. Then hurry up and find someone to marry while you're still young. Ha! The students of Zen High School greeted Wu Yan as he walked in front of them. As they joked around, Yi Shi and Shi Xian exchanged a glance and couldn't help but sigh. To be able to gain the support of so many people, even mortals are amazing as expected of our master. Agreed, master seems to be very popular. Hey. Do you guys really not know, or are you pretending? Shiji bitterly smiled. Your master is so popular, it's all thanks to you guys. Toka didn't understand what Shirori was trying to say. Era. Kurumi tilted her head and put her finger on her lips. Her red eyes narrowed. Because I'm envious? 10 Fragrances was even more confused. With her natural level and brain capacity, she didn't know what was going on. It was too much for her to understand the various complexities between men and women. On the contrary, I feel that what you said is the most wrong thing. Walking at the front, Wu Yan, who is constantly greeting the people around him, said something that stunned everyone without even turning his head. I don't even know who they are. The elven girls and Shiji were all stunned. Shiji even asked in surprise. You don't know who they are? Why are you greeting them so happily if you don't know who they are? They're greeting me, I can't just ignore them, right? Wu Yan glanced at Shiji. Don't all high school students like this? Acting like you're familiar with them or pretending to be familiar with them? The girls were speechless when they heard this. Not long after, amidst the laughter of the surrounding Lai Chan High School students. Soon, the maid cafe appeared in front of them. Wu Yan stopped and looked at the girls. Alright, I'll stop here. You guys have to do your best, huh? Toka was the first to voice her dissatisfaction. Shido, aren't you going to entertain the guests? That's the maid cafe. Wu Yan knocked Toka's head, not sure if he should laugh or cry. If you ask me to entertain the guests, I'm afraid I'll scare them away. This is the best time for the executive committee members. After the opening ceremony, we basically have nothing to do. We can go and play as we please. Shirori sighed and complained. I wanted you to take Kotori and Shirono out for a bit. Yoshino went out with Lady Murasame Rain and I don't know where Kotori went. She doesn't have to go to class before and after the Tianyang festival. With Kotori's personality, it's impossible for her to miss such an event. No. Wu Yan muttered. Kotori's personality is in commander mode. Why would he participate in this kind of childlike ceremony? He's a commander after all. What did you say? Nothing. Wu Yan waved his hand and opened his mouth. Before he could say anything, a voice that seemed to cover his voice was heard. Dear love. The incomparably sweet voice reverberated throughout the entire stall belonging to Lai Chan High School as if no one else was around. Wu Yan's face froze, the girls' expressions froze as well. The students of Lai Chan High School were stunned and the air around them froze. Everyone at the scene immediately shifted their gazes to the source of the voice, looking at the culprit who shouted, "Darling." However, the person who appeared there caused them to be at a loss. It's a girl in a white dress with long violet hair and a hot body. She's very likely to be very beautiful. Why would he say, very likely to be very beautiful? The reason is simple, because on the young girl's face, there was a mask that covered everything above her nose except for her mouth. The girl was happily waving at Wu Yan. Everyone shifted their attention back to Wu Yan. The confusion on their faces faded away and was replaced by an odd expression. That girl seems to be calling dear, right? Dear? Could it be Wu He? But doesn't he have so many beautiful girls around him? Could it be another one? Along with the whispers, the gazes directed at Wu Yan started to turn weird. Then, they all started to stare at Wu Yan like needles stabbing into his back. In their hearts, another member of Five Rivers Inner Court had been added to their ranks. Wu Yan's face alternated between green, white, black, and red. All sorts of colors gathered on his face. Under the gazes of the crowd, he was finally unable to restrain himself. With a leap, he arrived in front of the young girl wearing the mask. He extended his hand and grabbed the young girl's hand. Then, he turned around and fled without a trace. Damn you, Wu He. Don't even think about running away. You despicable fellow, you actually expanded your harem members. Could it be that all those cute girls can't satisfy you? If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have made you a committee member. I should have made you a coolie. Stop right there. At least let me punch you. That's right. Just one punch. Stop. Go after him. Amidst a wave of condemnation, the group of boys from Lai Chan High School finally completely exploded when a certain wolf showed off his family members. One by one, they abandoned the preparations for the opening of the Tianyang ceremony in their hands and randomly grabbed things that could be used as weapons beside them. They formed a group and majestically chased after the wolf. Seeing the boys from Lai Chan High School roll up a smoke dragon and chase forward noisily, the group of elven girls and Shirori were all dumbfounded and speechless. Sherdao is being hunted. 10 Incense stared blankly at the front and then panicked. Quick, go save Shido. No need. Stop him. Yiju Shi and Shi Xian hugged 10 Fragrance's slender waist without any explanation, their faces filled with indignation. Serves him right. Shiji bluntly rebuked. Who told him to be a womanizer? Era. Kurumi shook her head and shrugged her shoulders. Lord Husband, please take care of yourself. Chapter 12:23. In the Heavenly Palace Square, the students from the other 9 high schools stared blankly at the boys from Lai Chan High School rushing past them with a fierce expression. They all looked at each other and put on an expression of being surprised by the situation. When all the boys from Lai Chan High School rushed past them like crabs, 2 heads sneakily poked out from a stall in the corner. When they confirmed that there were no boys from Lai Chan High School, they sighed in relief. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Meijio. Wu Yen sighed. Although I know you don't care, I still want to ask, why do you call me by my nickname in front of so many people? Mama. Meijio didn't seem to care. She was still smiling. Since it's a nickname, of course I have to say it all the time. Then can you change your nickname to another one? Of course, not. Meijio puffed up her cheeks. Darling is darling, you can't change it to anyone else. It's just a change of name, not a change of name. That won't do either. Fine. Wu Yen sighed again. He rubbed his aching eyebrows and looked at the mask on Meijio's face. But why are you wearing a mask? Hee, what do you think? Meijio pointed a finger at the mask and made a cute pose. Isn't it cute? Cute. It is cute. Meijio looked very photogenic. She looked very cute. Wu Yen scratched his cheek. Is it because she's cute? That's part of the reason. It's because the mask is cute and it's the Tianyang ceremony now. The stall is selling masks. It's not strange to wear a mask at this time. There are all kinds of reasons. Meijio looked troubled. However, the main reason is that if I don't wear a mask, I'll definitely be recognized and buried by a large number of fans, Meijio said. Only then did Wu Yen remember that the masked girl in front of him was a popular idol singer. She had already caused so much trouble when she was wearing a mask. If she were to go on a date with her real face exposed, Wu Yan's forehead immediately dripped with cold sweat. Well, it doesn't matter even if I'm exposed. Meijio smiled again and tilted her head at Wu Yen. In that case, my rare date with my dear will be interrupted by other people. I don't want that. After saying that, Meijio seemed to have thought of something and clapped her hands. Alright, why don't my dear wear a mask too? I'll go and see if there's a match for this mask. No need. Wu Yen quickly pulled Meijio back as she was about to charge out. Although it can save you a lot of trouble, I'm not a famous person. Just be careful and don't expose yourself. If you do, the trouble will be small, but a scandal will be the worst thing. Well, okay. Meijio pursed her lips regretfully. It seemed that she was really disappointed that she couldn't wear a matching mask with Wu Yen. But soon, Meijio cheered up and happily hugged Wu Yan's arm, tightly clinging to him. In that case, Let's hurry up and enjoy the Tianyang ceremony. Wu Yan couldn't help but chuckle when he saw how happy Meijio is beaming. At the same time, he started snickering at her. Remember the first time we met? At that time, you attacked me as soon as you saw me. You hated men to the extreme. Recalling the scene of the first time he met Meijio, Wu Yan shrugged. I didn't expect you to be so clingy to me now. It's a bit strange. That's right. Meijio's smile slowly disappeared. She muttered absent-mindedly, at that time, if I could feel my dear's kindness to me, my dear's gentleness, how good would that be? Meijio looked at Wu Yan through the eyes of the mask. She lowered her head apologetically. At that time, I'm really sorry. I don't mean to blame you. Seeing Meijio lower her head, Wu Yan couldn't help but reach out and touch her soft violet hair. At that time, Meijio was still a willful child. But now, she's grown up, so the willful things she did when she was still a child can be forgiven. Meijio closed her eyes and smiled like a flower when she felt the warm and gentle touch of the big hand on her head. Of course, Meijio knew what Wu Yan meant by willful and what grown up meant. Therefore, her gratitude towards Wu Yan grew. She hugged Wu Yan's arm tighter and tighter. She even rested her head on Wu Yan's shoulder. Found it. Just as the two of them were immersed in a rare moment of warmth, a loud scream suddenly rang out from the front, attracting their attention. Then, Wu Yan and Meijio saw a group of boys from Lichang High School appear on the other side of the street. Again! Wu Yan's gentle expression crumbled and he looked like he wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Meijio took a step back with a lingering fear in her heart. Her sudden retreat caused Wu Yan, who was hugged by Meijio, to lose his balance as well. What? Meijio felt a weight on her body. Unable to bear the weight, she fell backwards. From an outsider's point of view, it looked like Wu Yan was pushing Meijio down. The two of them were still hugging each other when they fell to the ground with a thud. Meijio! In the nick of time, Wu Yan came back to his senses. He put his hand behind Meijio's head to prevent her head from hitting the ground. He looked at Meijio and asked in a panic, Are you okay? Meijio looked at Wu Yan, who was on top of her. Her face turned red and she started to squirm. But dear, this is the street. If you want to do something, you should do it in a place where there's no one. I didn't want to do anything. I won't do anything. You're the one who pulled me down. Wu Yan covered his face as if he couldn't bear to look back. He quickly stood up and grabbed Meijio's hand. Just as he was about to pull Meijio up as well, a sharp shriek came from the crowd that had been eerily silent since the start of the duel. Everyone heard this shriek. That's... Meijio! Meijio? Everyone in the crowd was stunned. When they recalled who the name Meijio was, their eyes widened immediately. Wu Yan also noticed that Meijio's mask had fallen to the ground. He didn't know when, but the mask she used to hide Meijio's face had fallen to the ground. Meijio didn't realize that her mask had fallen off until now. She let out a small cry of surprise. It was this cry of surprise that woke everyone up from their daze. In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar. Meijio! It's really Meijio! Seducing Meijio! Could it be her? Are you serious? I'm a big fan of hers. It's true. It's definitely true. Her face was broadcasted on every TV station yesterday. I saw it all. She's wearing the Dragon Gut Temple Women's Academy uniform. It's definitely her. It's really Meijio. Soon, the noise of the scene spread to every corner. It was very noisy. Cursing in his heart, Wu Yan picked up the mask and put it on his face. At least, he can't let anyone see his face. Wu Yan grabbed Meijio, who is still in a daze. He hugged Meijio's shoulders and legs and he carried her like a princess as he ran for his life. Don't run. This time, it wasn't just the boys from Chan High School. Almost all the high school students joined in the chase. Darling, you're so handsome. Meijio hugged Wu Yan's neck and cried out excitedly when she saw him running away from a group of fans. his sorrowful cries resounded throughout the square of the heavenly palace. "Don't call me darling in front of so many people." Chapter 12:24. This is too scary. Wu Yan watched the news of him hugging Meijio while being chased by a group of crazy fans during the Tianyang festival. The remote in his hand fell to the floor. He muttered as if he lost his soul. This world is truly too terrifying. Oh. On the other hand, Yi Juya and Shi Xian, who were watching the news on TV, couldn't help but gasp in surprise. "Master is on TV? Is he famous? You are truly worthy of being my master." Of course, it would be perfect if he wasn't wearing a mask. Fortunately, he was wearing a mask, otherwise, our house would be flooded with people. Wu Yan was about to go crazy. It is fortunate that we didn't expose our true identity. I wonder if Meijio will encounter any problems. I'm worried. Shi Xian is worried too. Shi Xian looked at Wu Yan with a worried expression. "Master, Shi Xian wants to give Meijio a call." "You want to call Meijio?" Wu Yan paused. He looked at Shi Xian with surprise. "Are you that close to Meijio?" That's not it." Before Shi Xian could say anything, Yeju Shi retorted with a dissatisfied expression. "That woman gave us the phone number. It's not just Shi Xian. Me, Toka, Kuzo, Shirori, and even me. She said we can call her when we have time and ask her out for a cup of tea." Wu Yan's mouth twitched. It seems like Meijio wants to eat both men and women. "That's good." Wu Yan shook his head with a bitter smile. He said to Shi Xian, "Call Meijio and ask about her situation." "Yes, I understand." Shi Xian didn't say anything else. She walked out of the hall and went to the corridor to call Meijio. Shi Xian walked out of the hall. Wu Yan looked at the TV again. Looking at the countless replays of this incident, his heart was filled with grief and indignation. "I hate these reporters the most. All they do is dig up other people's secrets. Don't they know that other people have their difficulties too?" "Really?" Compared to Wu Yan's grief and indignation, Fang Qiu's expression changed. Yi Juya's face was filled with interest. "I think so. I should also go on TV. Let those mortals have a good look at the divine might of our 8 hurricane dances. That's why I said you can't afford to offend a Chunibyu girl." Wu Yan shrugged helplessly and placed his hands on Yi Juya's delicate face. She began to caress him unconsciously. "I hope this rumor won't be exaggerated and turn into a scandal that will embarrass Meijio." Yi Juya's face turned red under Wu Yan's caress. Perhaps she felt itchy. She let out a small moan, waking Wu Yan up from his daze. Feeling Yi Juya's smooth skin, looking at her crimson and seductive appearance, Wu Yan's heart began to stir. For tomorrow's Tianyang ritual, Shirori worked a little late with her classmates. Just now, she called back to tell him that she wouldn't be coming back tonight. Toka and Kurumi were also dragged away by Shirori to do manual labor. Similarly, they won't be coming back tonight either. On the other hand, Yono had been following Ling Yin around the Tianyang festival for the whole day. After that, Ling Yin brought her to her place for a night. Since Kodori still had work to do in Ratatosker, she planned to work there for the whole night when Shirori wasn't home. In other words, Wu Yan and the 8 Hurricane Sisters are the only ones at home today. In other words, no matter what he does to Yi Juya tonight, no one will disturb him. In other words, he would be fine even if he were to push this adorable elf girl down. In other words, now is the best time to push her down. Thinking of this, Wu Yan's heart began to stir. He couldn't hold it in any longer. Licking his dry lips, Wu Yan couldn't help but look down at the small mounds in front of Yi Juya's slender body. Without any hesitation, he reached behind Yi Juya's back and grabbed her soft mounds and rubbed them a bit. The soft and bouncy sensation instantly spread through Wu Yan's nerves. Wu Yan's expression instantly became satisfied. He began to rub the soft body and made it change shape according to his movements. Yakuya, who was attacked by Wu Yan's wolf claws, let out a short yelp. She lowered her head and looked at her chest. She saw how her private parts were being molded by Wu Yan's wolf claws. Her white face turned red in a matter of seconds. Even her ears turned red. Pervert. Pervert master. With a red face, Yijia muttered in a low voice. He lowered his head and buried his face in his bangs. He didn't say anything else. Only his red ears showed his inner emotions. One could even faintly hear Yijia's panting. Seeing this, Wu Yan couldn't help but use more strength. Yijia felt like she was electrocuted. She couldn't control her panting anymore. This made Wu Yan even more unable to control himself. He reached his head over and sucked on Yijia's earlobe. Yijia's body trembled. Her body went limp as if all her strength was sucked out of her. Her face became blurry as she allowed Wu Yan to do whatever he wanted to her body. As time passed, both Yijia and Wu Yan were panting more and more heavily. Yijia, master! Their eyes met for a moment and they closed their eyes in unison. The distance between their lips was getting closer and closer. Just as the two of them were about to get out of hand, an emotionless voice that sent chills down their spines reverberated in their ears. Question: what are you doing? Wu Yan and Yijia, who were closing the distance between them, froze on the spot. Their faces stiffened. Shi Xian expressionlessly walked in front of them. She stared at their frozen faces and Wu Yan's hand rubbing Yijia's chest. Her eyes twitched. I'm so angry. I didn't think Yijia would run away when Shi Xian was doing something serious. He needs to be condemned, Shi Xian. Yijia's face was as red as fire. Steam was coming out of his head. He stuttered as he tried to explain. This is a misunderstanding. Yijia wanted to break free from Wu Yan's hand and stand up. Who knew that Wu Yan would pull her into his arms and hold her tightly? His hand started moving again. No, Yijia could only make a small protest, but Wu Yan ignored it. Wu Yan looked at the stunned Shi Xian and coughed. How's Meijio? She said she's fine. She's already brushed it off. Shi Xian answered instinctively. That's good. Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief. He chuckled and reached out with his other hand to pull Shi Xian into his arms. Without any explanation, he grabbed Yijia's chest and started moving his hands. The two elven girls gasped at the same time. One of them was stopped by Wu Yan before she could finish her sentence. Wu Yan caught Shi Xian's tongue and entangled it with his. After a while, Wu Yan let go of Shi Xian's lips. He looked at the Baowu sisters' dazed expressions and continued moving his hands. Today, I'm going to finish what I didn't finish. Upon hearing that, the Baowu sisters, who had fully gone through this special training video, blushed all of a sudden. That means, I'm so nervous. Is Master going to bring us into the world of adults? That's right. Wu Yan sucked in a deep breath. He didn't hold back his urges any longer. He flipped over and he pinned the two elven girls down. His hands rubbed their smooth thighs and he moved his hands up to touch them. After an unknown amount of time, two painful groans resounded in the hall of Wu He's house. The night was long, and the ripples continued to make use of it. It's going to be a sleepless night. Chapter 1225. Heavenly Palace City, AST's base. In AST's base, in one of the more luxuriously decorated rooms, Will Scott was looking at a document in his hand. The more he read, the wider the smile on his face became. It was as if something good was recorded in the document. Only Elaine, who was standing behind Westcott with a folder in her hand, knew that the document Westcott was reading was the worst thing that could happen, let alone a good thing. Irene became more and more dissatisfied when she saw Will Scott's smile become wider and wider. Aren't you going to do something? Elaine frowned. Her tone was full of rare complaints. Those idiots from the board of directors are planning to climb over your head. Why do you look so happy? Well, no matter what it is, I'll be happy if it's interesting. Will Scott waved his hand indifferently and threw the document on the table. Back then, when DEM was just established, they were still a bunch of reptiles who only knew how to say nice things behind me. But now, they know how to use the destruction of the branch company and the unauthorized use of magicians and display devices to make trouble for me. Isn't it much more interesting than when they only knew how to talk? Ike. Irene couldn't help but raise her voice. Do you understand the situation you're in? Judging from the current situation, it was very likely that the board of directors would use this incident as an excuse. They might even ask for you to be fired. Will Scott was the executive director of the DM. His position in the DEM was the highest. Although there was a board of directors and other directors in the DEM was established by Will Scott himself, so its status was naturally the highest. Unfortunately, most of the time, Westcott's considerations were based on his own ideas. In order to satisfy his own interests, Westcott was even willing to sacrifice some of the benefits of the DIM. For example, the elves' response. Will Scott was obsessed with the power of the elves. However, if he killed the elves and obtained the spirit crystal, he would achieve his goal. Instead of obtaining the spirit crystal, Will Scott wanted the elves to fall into despair. Enter a reversal state. Then have someone kill the elves that were reversed. Do this. It was not because the elf in the reverse state could reveal the spirit crystal, nor was it because the possibility of obtaining the spirit crystal from the elf in the reversed state would increase. It was purely because of this. Westcott was the one who wanted to do it, because doing so would make Westcott very happy. As long as he could satisfy his pleasure, Will Scott didn't care at all what would happen to the DEM company. It was also because of this that many directors of the DEM board of directors couldn't stand what Will Scott had done. In addition, many of the DEM board of directors coveted Will Scott's position, so it wasn't strange for them to take the opportunity to pull Will Scott down. Westcott didn't care much about this matter, but after Irene found out about it, she allowed Westcott to stay in AST's base without hesitation. It wasn't that Irene was afraid of the board of directors. With Will Scott and Irene's abilities, the actions of the board of directors were nothing. Irene had more than one way to make the board of directors stop. The only reason he stayed here with Will Scott was to be more cautious and have more time to prepare. After all, she was no longer the strongest in the world. Thinking of this, Irene pursed her lips and sighed. We shouldn't have given the board the right to fire you. That would be too boring. Will Scott answered. Irene expected this answer, but she still felt helpless. What should we do now? Should we follow the instructions on the document and return to the headquarters? Well, I'd like to go back and see what they'll do. Will Scott shrugged and smiled strangely. But now, it seems like staying here is more interesting. Hearing this, Irene frowned. She seemed to have thought of something and hesitated for a moment before speaking softly. Is it because of that child? The one called Origami Kitsu? Hearing Ellen's words, the smile on Will Scott's face grew wider. I didn't think there would be someone in AST who was in the same class as those elves. AST is a force against elves. Just like DIM, they want to kill the elves who bring about spacecrafts. Logically speaking, there are people in AST who often deal with elves. Even if the elves hide their psychic waves, they should be able to detect it. And yet, under such circumstances, AST did not attack the elves. Is it because they don't have psychic waves? That's not it. The only possibility was that Kite Origami did not report his judgment of the elves' identities to the higher-ups of IS. It seems like this S, named Origami Kite one, has something to do with the elves. Elaine glanced at Westcott after coming to this conclusion. So, Irene, that's why you're interested in Origami Kitsune, right? That's part of the reason. No matter what, there's no harm in observing. Will Scott smirked and looked at Irene. Then what about the investigation? Even though the equipment in AST is relatively low-end, it's not too troublesome to investigate because Kyuchi Origami is still a member of AST. Zhang Lixing thought to himself, well, it's not too troublesome to investigate. Irene pulled out a few documents from the folder in her hand and handed them to Will Scott. Well, I did manage to find out something interesting. Oh? Will Scott looked at the document in his hand and raised an eyebrow. Parents died in the hands of elves? That's why they hate elves so much? This time, Will Scott was a little surprised. If that's the case, why are they still protecting those elves? Indeed. Irene nodded. If she really hates elves, it's impossible for Tokichi Origami not to investigate those classmates who look very similar to elves. Not only that, But there's also a high possibility that she already knows about their elf's identity, but she hasn't reported this matter to AST. It's very unusual. Sometimes, the human heart is very complicated and difficult to understand. Will Scott shook his head and looked at one of the messages on the document. Parents died in the fire caused by the elves 5 years ago? Could it be an Efreet? Yes. Irene answered expressionlessly. Regarding this matter, I also launched some investigations. Then, I found that in the confidential database of the DEM, multiple psychic wave reactions were detected at the scene at that time, and a video was also captured. An instrument that looked like a digital camera appeared in Irene's hand. She pressed a few buttons on it and handed it to Will Scott, allowing him to look at it. The screen showed a corner of Tiangong City that was in the middle of a fire. The scene of Origami Kitsune's parents being killed by a beam of fire was shown on the screen. This is a video captured from an abandoned satellite. Irene said to Will Scott. Since they were an ordinary couple, this video should have been deleted as useless information. However, when the branch was destroyed, this video was accidentally discovered in the data that was brought out. Speaking of this, Irene's eyes slightly fluctuated. She reached out and pressed on the instrument again. Then, I found this. Following Irene's manipulation, the scene on the screen zoomed out. Will Scott also saw a figure waving a beam of fire and killing Koichi Origami's parents. When he saw the figure's true appearance, Will Scott couldn't help but be stunned, and then he laughed wildly. This is interesting. This is so interesting. Westcott laughed exaggeratedly as he spoke to Irene. Arrange for Origami Kitsune to meet me. Chapter 12:26. When Kitaichi Origami opened her eyes, she found herself standing alone on the street illuminated by the setting sun. Here. Looking around, Kitaichi Origami frowned and her eyes were filled with confusion. It's not that Kitaichi Origami didn't know where she was standing on the street. Although the street in front of her was extremely unfamiliar, Kitaichi Origami still recognized it at a glance. This is the only way to go to her childhood home. But because of this, Kitaichi Origami felt confused. After all, her childhood home was burned to ashes in the fire 5 years ago, including the street in front of her. Kitaichi Origami's cold eyes kept scanning the surroundings. She stared at the scene on the street. Here, there were pedestrians passing by, students after school, and some small animals running around happily. It was a peaceful scene. Kitaichi Origami was clearly standing in the middle of the street, but those people and animals completely ignored her. They walked past her as if they didn't see her. Some people even walked past her figure. It was like Kitaichi Origami's entire body turned transparent. Looking at the strange phenomenon that happened to her expressionlessly, Kitaichi Origami immediately made a judgment. Dream. At this time, a familiar figure appeared in Kitaichi Origami's eyes. It was a man with short white hair and dark blue eyes. A cute little girl who was only 11 or 12 years old. On the street full of pedestrians, she looked so eye-catching. It's not hard to imagine her appearance when she grows up. Seeing this little girl, Kitaichi Origami's eyes couldn't leave her. The cute little girl in front of her was Kitaichi Origami when she was a child. When I was a child. Kitaichi Origami looked at her childhood in a daze. When I was a child. When I was a child. And when I was a child. Could it be? In an instant, Kitaichi Origami had a guess about the content of her dream. This guess instantly caused Yue Origami's pretty face to turn completely pale with a schwa sound. What are you doing? Without thinking, Kitaichi Origami screamed at her childhood self. Hurry up. If you don't hurry up. Kitaichi Origami's screams didn't end. Suddenly, in her field of vision, everything was covered by a fiery red color. The sudden fiery red light made Kitaichi Origami close her eyes. But not only was she not surprised by the appearance of this fiery red color, she seemed to have known that it would appear. Her face became even paler, and desperately opened her eyes that were stimulated by the strong light. The scene in front of Kitaichi Origami changed. The street was still there, the pedestrians. She was also there when she was a child. However, the originally peaceful scene had disappeared without a trace. What replaced it was a hell-like scene. Fiery red. Fiery red. A fiery red that was scorching hot. The familiar street fell into a sea of red fire. The houses, pedestrian streets, trees, flowers, buildings and so on, everything that could support burning, were all engulfed by the flames without exception. Everything in front of him was completely engulfed in a sea of fire. The fire continued to burn fiercely, spreading at an extremely fast speed amidst the whistling sounds of the burning. All around, the pedestrians let out panic screams one by one. They began to flee in a panic. The chaotic sound of footsteps mixed with the explosion of some dangerous items echoed in the sea of fire. Kitaichi Origami looked at everything in front of her in a daze. Her face was as white as paper. Not long after, the surrounding pedestrians disappeared. What remained in Kitaichi Origami's field of vision was the hell-like street that fell into the sea of fire, and a small figure. It was her childhood self. At this time, Kitaichi Origami also looked at everything in a daze. Her eyes were wide open. She didn't run away aimlessly like the other pedestrians, nor did she take the children and the elderly to seek refuge like those calm people. Instead, she threw all the things in her hands to the ground and ran to the center of the sea of fire. Kitaichi Origami could still vaguely hear the words that came out of her mouth before she ran into the sea of fire. Dad. That's right. Kitaichi Origami's parents were still at home. They were still in the sea of fire. She was just a child. Even if she rushed to the scene, she wouldn't be able to help much. She might even be a burden. Her parents might have already gone to seek refuge, but Kitaichi Origami still ran into the sea of fire to look for her parents. Seeing this, Kitaichi Origami also reacted. Her face was pale and she ran hysterically like Kitaichi Origami towards the sea of fire, the home in her memory. However, when Kitaichi Origami arrived at the home in her memory, the scene that appeared in front of her was the most terrifying nightmare and the most despairing scene she ever wanted to recall in her life. The home in her memory, like the other buildings, was covered in red flames. Her childhood self ran towards the home in the sea of fire. In front of her childhood self, her father held her mother's shoulder and stood in the center of the sea of fire. On the horizon, there was a terrifying fire beam that mercilessly fell towards Kitaichi Origami's parents. No, Kitaichi Origami let out a cry of despair and ran forward in an attempt to save her parents. Unfortunately, no matter how Kitaichi Origami ran, the distance between them did not decrease at all. Then the fire beam fell. Bang! A strong shockwave shook the area and easily blew Kitaichi Origami, who was running towards her parents, away. She hit the cement wall not far away and screamed in pain. However, Kitaichi Origami ignored the pain in her body and Kitaichi Origami also ignored the wind in front of her. The two girls, one adult and one child, both looked at the location of their parents. However, the figure that was originally there has already disappeared. There was only a crater that looked like it was created by a meteorite. Light smoke was coming out from there. Lying inside were the remains of her parents in her memory. Looking at her parents lying dead in the hole, Toichi Origami let out a desperate howl. Her pupils dilated as she suddenly raised her head and looked at the source of the fire beam that just shot over. Then Kitaichi Origami saw. In the middle of the burning sky, a figure was quietly floating there. Bathed in the sea of fire, it looked like it was looking at the burning street and the world in the sea of fire. Looking at the figure, it should be an adult. The moment she saw that figure, Yuichi Origami's vision turned black, and her delicate body trembled. She clenched her fists so tightly that blood could seep out. Looking at the figure floating in the sea of fire, she let out a sharp cry filled with curses and resentment like a malicious spirit. "I'll kill you." With this sentence, Origami Kitsune rushed over. In the silent space, Kitaichi Origami suddenly opened her eyes and screamed crazily as she sat up. "Hugh!" Hugh, ha! Her breathing was abnormally rapid and her chest was constantly moving up and down. Kitaichi Origami's body was already soaked in sweat. Her face was pale and her eyes were fluctuating with uncontrollable fear. Kitaichi Origami propped herself up and took a deep breath to suppress the fear in her heart. When she calmed down, she realized that she was lying on the bed in her room. Covering her forehead, Tokichi Origami recalled the scene in her dream and bit her lips. What a hateful dream. Although she said this, Yuichi Origami did not have any resistance to this dream in her heart. She didn't want to think about it and didn't want to talk about it, but after this dream, Kitaichi Origami was certain of one thing. If the content of the dream is what she experienced in the past, then the person who killed her parents shouldn't be Itsuka Kotori. In his impression, the person who had killed his parents with that beam of fire was obviously an adult. How old was Itsuka Kotori 5 years ago? She had a hateful dream and remembered something she hated, but at least Kitaichi Origami learned the truth. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the phone on Yuichi Origami's bedside vibrated, causing Yuichi Origami, who was immersed in her memories, to frown. She reached out and picked up the phone. Hello, Origami. Through the phone, the voice of Liaozi under the sun entered Origami's ears. Come over now. Upon hearing this, Origami Kitsune was stunned. Chapter 1227. Heavenly Palace City, the Garrison Base. Didn't I tell you to come here as soon as possible? Why did it take so long? In the base, Sunrise Prairie Fire, who was wearing a pair of work pants and a black singlet, had a writing board under her arm and a pen in her other hand. She looked like the foreman of the movers. She used Lion Roar on Kite Origami, who was standing in front of her. If it wasn't for the fact that Liaozi didn't spit, Origami's face would have been covered in saliva by now. Yuichi Origami lowered her eyes slightly and replied calmly. It's time to get off work and it's late at night. The spacequake alarm hasn't been issued and the elf hasn't appeared. I didn't do anything wrong. There's no need to be anxious just to meet someone. Liaozi was furious. That's true, but you have to see who wants to meet you. Liaozi rubbed her forehead like she had a headache. Seriously, I don't know why the DM executive director wants to meet you. That's also what I want to know. Tabichi Origami raised her head and looked at Daybreak Prairie indifferently. Why is the DM executive director looking for me? Even if you ask me, I don't know. Daybreak Prairie Fire frowned and stared at Toichi Origami's expressionless face. Speaking of which, he seemed to be very interested in you when you met the DM executive director yesterday. Yesterday? Origami lowered her head. She muttered to herself. It was true that Westcott was very interested in Iris Origami's class photo last night when they were welcoming him. He even left everyone else in the room in front of everyone's eyes. He ran in front of Origami Kitsune and had a strange conversation with Origami Kitsune. Origami thought that Westcott was just interested in the Tianyang ceremony because he had been in a high position for a long time. But now that she thought about it, Origami felt that something wasn't right. After all, Westcott first asked about the photo before mentioning the Tianyang ceremony. Could it be that there was someone in his class that Scott cared about? When she thought about it, the figures of those people instantly flashed through Tokichi Origami's mind, and her eyes narrowed. The DM branch was burned down by fire. The elf who could control fire was also in Origami's class. Yuichi Origami suspected that Scott actually knew who destroyed his branch company. He might even know that the person who destroyed his branch was not only an elf but also in her class. If that's the case, in that case, this meeting should be related to that person. Daybreak Prairie Fire, who was standing in front of Toichi Origami, rubbed his chin when he saw Toichi Origami lowering his head and pondering. It seems like you have some idea why the executive director is looking for you. I'm not sure. Origami didn't boast. But I have a clue, I see. Liaozi nodded and immediately changed the topic. He smiled and patted Origami Kitsune's shoulder. Don't think about it too much. Maybe they have taken a fancy to your ability and want you to join the DEM company. Join the DIM company? Origami Kitsune was slightly startled. She lowered her head again and murmured, "If that's the case, is it possible to defeat the elf?" Huh. Origami's murmur was very soft. However, Liaozi still heard it. She frowned and sighed. "I can't say that it's impossible. After all, the DMCR unit is much better than the ASTs. Before the real one went missing, she was also a DIM member. You know how strong she is." Daybreak Prairie Fire glanced at Toichi Origami. However, the higher the performance of the CR unit, the higher the technical requirement to control the CR unit. "I believe in your skills, but I'm not sure if you can really reach that level." At this point, Daybreak Prairie Fire sneakily looked around and leaned over to Kitsune Origami's ear. "Moreover, although the DEM has a lot of power, the people inside are not good people. They have done a lot of shameful things behind the scenes. If they really invite you to join the DEM, you have to consider it carefully. Don't be fooled so easily." Origami Kitsune remained silent. After a long time, she nodded her head, making Daybreak Prairie Fire smile in satisfaction. Obviously, regardless of the other reasons, Sun Liaozi did not want Kitsune Origami to join DEM. Bringing Kite One Origami through a series of passageways, they arrived at the door of Will Court's room. Under the sun, Liaozi knocked on the door. Not long after, the door opened gently and Elaine, who was dressed in office lady attire, stood at the door. She first glanced at Tokichi Origami before looking at Liaozi. "Sorry to trouble you." "No, it's nothing." Liaozi showed a rare modesty. "If there's anything else you need help with, please don't hesitate to ask." "I will." Elaine nodded politely. She moved aside and said to Origami, "Ike has been waiting for you for a long time. Please come in." Tabichi Origami looked at Daybreak Prairie. After Daybreak Prairie nodded, she looked at Irene and walked into the room. It had to be said that this was indeed a rather luxurious room. The area is comparable to a normal house. It's quite spacious. In the middle of the vast room, Will Scott sat on an exquisitely crafted sofa that could even be said to be luxurious. He looked at Yue Origami with a smile, causing Yue Origami's footsteps to pause. Her heartbeat also suddenly sped up. The smile on Will Scott's face was very amiable, but for some reason, looking at the smile on his face, Creamy Origami seemed to see a surge of black malice surging on it, which made her feel a little cold. Yuichi Origami was certain that Will Scott was definitely not her type. Westcott seemed to have sensed Origami Kite's reaction. He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. That person was right. "The first impression I gave people seems to be really bad." Although he said that, Will Scott didn't seem to care at all. He opened his arms to Toichi Origami as if he was hugging her. The corners of his mouth curled up. "I apologize for making you come here in a hurry, Miss Origami. I do have something to discuss with you. Please forgive me if I offended you." "It's nothing." Even though Yuichi Origami's personality was cold, she still had the necessary manners. Lowering her head, Origami spoke respectfully at a distance. "Then why are you looking for me?" Since Miss Yuani asked, let's get straight to the point. Will Scott smiled and snapped his fingers. On the side, Irene immediately took out a device and projected an image on the wall like a projector. Looking at the content of the video, Origami's eyes narrowed. "It's Wu Yan's image." Sure enough. Origami Kite couldn't help but speak her mind. He really destroyed Diem's branch? Oh! Will Scott was stunned. He didn't expect Origami Kitsune to say something like this after seeing the video. He shrugged and looked at Origami Kitsune with a meaningful gaze. "That's true. However, Miss Origami, you did know that Shido Itsuka's true identity is an elf." Kitsune Origami held her breath and was speechless. "Well, although I'm also a little curious about the reason why Miss Yuichi didn't report her discovery to the higher-ups even though she's obviously a member of AST. Well, Scott leaned back on the sofa. "But this is Miss Origami's own business. It's AST's business. I don't want to interfere." Hearing this, Yuani Origami couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. However, Will Scott's next sentence caused her heart to jump again. Since Miss Origami knows that Shido Itsuka is an elf, You should know about the identities of Yamazaki Toka, Tokasaki Kuzo, Yamazaki Yakuya, and Yamazaki Yoshika, right? Chapter 12:28. As Wilcott read out the names one by one, Tabichi Origami's heart grew restless. Tabichi Origami was certain that Wilcott knew the identities of the elves in her class. If that's the case, why didn't Wilcott kill them? Isn't the DIM an organization that advocates killing elves? Although the handling of the spacequake and the response to the elves were the responsibility of a certain army of each country, these elven armies were only ahead in terms of numbers compared to the DIM. Some of them couldn't even be ahead in terms of numbers. In addition to the special nature and status of the DEM, there were many examples of countries asking for help from the DEM, or DEM, intervening in the affairs of the elves. Now that they know the elves' identities and locations, why didn't they send people to kill them? Moreover, the elves that destroyed their branch company were among the elves. Yuichi Origami was puzzled, and he couldn't figure out what Wilcott meant. At that moment, he might as well confess. Yes. Tabichi Origami nodded. I know. Yusuka Toka, Tokasaki Kuzo, Yusuka Yagiya, Yusuka Yushin, and Itsuka Shido are all elves. Wilcott stared at the expressionless Tabichi Origami and suddenly smiled. Just as Origami thought Westcott would ask her why she didn't report this matter to the higher-ups of AST, Westcott raised such a question instead. If that's the case, your parents died at the hands of elves. You hate elves so much. Why are you still able to live a normal high school life with them? Yuichi Origami raised her head abruptly. Her gaze shot towards Wilcott like lightning. You investigated me? I just want to have a better conversation with Miss Yuani. Facing Yuani Origami's questioning, Lin Fan said. Wilcott's expression didn't change at all. Instead, he admitted it openly. Moreover, it doesn't seem like it's that hard to find out. Yuichi Origami took a deep breath. This time, there was no longer any respect in his eyes when he looked at Wilcott. It was just like what Liaozi had said. Not a single person in the DM is a good person. However, Wilscott's next words caused Yuani Origami's ice-cold heart to tremble. Hey, Miss Yuani. His gaze met with Yuani Origami's cold gaze. Wilscott's lips curled into a smile. Do you want to know who killed your parents? Kite Origami's heart felt as if it had been hit by a heavy hammer. Her body trembled, and her eyes suddenly became sharp. Even her voice became hoarse. Could it be that you know? Wilscott smiled mysteriously. At the same time, Irene immediately changed the channel of the device in her hand. The projection on the wall began to play a video. The quality of the video was not good. It could even be said that it was very poor. The resolution was rough, and the location of the shot was very blurry. Moreover, it was not shot from the beginning. It started halfway through and was intermittent. The first scene of the video playing on the wall was the Heavenly Palace city shrouded in fire. Then the image switched to a corner. Some figures appeared inside. Yuani Origami's eyes widened when she saw the figures in the video. Mom? Yes, the figures in the video were Yuani Origami's parents. However, the figures did not appear for long before they were hit by a beam of fire from the sky. Together with the ground, a deep hole was created. Yuani Origami clenched her fists, and her breathing became slightly rapid. Seeing her parents die in front of her again, that kind of pain is definitely intense. However, this is not the only reason why Yuani Origami's breathing became rapid. Another reason is because in the video, there is a blurry black figure in the air. Just now, it was this blurry black figure that shot out a beam of fire and killed Yuani Origami's parents. The video ended there, but the matter is far from over. Irene operated the device in her hand and pressed a button. The blurry black figure suddenly expanded rapidly. Soon, the black figure's true face was exposed in front of Yuani Origami's eyes. Kite Origami was finally able to see the face of the person he hated for the first time in the 5 years he had been searching for his enemy. Looking at the face in the video, Yuani Origami's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle tip, and her expression became sluggish. Black clothes, black hair, red eyes. That face, Yuani Origami can see it almost every day. And it's at the closest distance. It's in her class. Yuani Origami looked at the face in a daze, and she couldn't help but take a few steps back. Her eyes set off violent waves, and she murmured the name of the enemy who killed her parents in a way that was close to sleep talking. What? Sherdao, yes, in the video, the murderer who killed Yuani Origami's parents is Wu Yan. It's him. Yuani Origami's beautiful face distorted at an unimaginable speed, and in the blink of an eye, bitter resentment appeared on her face. So, it's you. Without even thinking, Tokichi Origami turned around and rushed to the door of the room. Irene seemed to have predicted Yuani Origami's actions, and her body moved slightly to the side, blocking Yuani Origami's path. She pressed down with her hand, and Yuani Origami felt her body sink, as if a mountain fell on her shoulder, and with a bang, she fell to the ground. What are you doing? Yuani Origami glared at Irene, and desperately struggled to get up. Let me go. Don't waste your energy. Irene coldly glanced at Yuani Origami. My, Terde Tori, is the most precise magician. Even if you have CR unit, you won't be able to break free. Let me go. Yuani Origami didn't listen to anything. She only knows how to struggle. Irene frowned, and Scott sighed. Miss Yuani, even if I let you go now, do you think you can take revenge? Since you know his identity, you should also know that he isn't someone you can defeat, right? Even if that's the case. Yuani Origami bit her lips, her face filled with resentment. Even if that's the case, I still have to go. Don't worry, Miss Yuani. Scott stood up and walked up to Yuani Origami. He looked down at her, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. I have the latest CR unit here, and I also have a way to greatly increase your power. I believe you'll be satisfied. Hearing this, Origami stopped its meaningless struggle and raised its head to look at Scott. What do you mean? I mean, I have the ability to help you take revenge. Scott narrowed his eyes. You can only take revenge with my help. Help? Yuani Origami's expression changed. You're helping me? But why? Scott was surprised. Aren't the elves our common enemy? Do you need to ask why I'm helping you deal with the elves? Origami Kitsune looked straight at Westcott, trying to find any sign of lying on his face. However, Westcott was still full of smiles as he continued to explain to himself. You should know that your former comrade, Yunya Shina, is also a member of DIM. She's younger than you, but she has the power to rival the elves. If Miss Yuani is willing, I can provide you with the latest and most suitable CR unit unconditionally, and I'll also help you with mana processing for free. After the mana processing, your control over the CR unit will reach the limit of your body. Yunya Shina used this method to obtain the power of the strongest magician in the world, second only to Irene. I believe that if Miss Yuani uses the mana processing, you won't be any weaker than Shina. However, I have to remind you that if you use a large amount of mana processing, your power will greatly increase, but your lifespan will also decrease. If you forcefully increase your power to the point where you can defeat the elves, I'm afraid you'll only have less than a year left to live. It's fine. Yuani Origami's eyes flashed with determination. I don't care as long as I can defeat the elves and Itoka Shido. Scott raised an eyebrow and smiled. Chapter 1229. Heavenly Palace City. In a corner alley, walking in the alley where the light was getting dimmer and dimmer, Toichi Origami looked at Scott and Irene who were leading the way and couldn't help but ask. Where do you want to take me? Yes, I'm treating your body with magic. Westcott answered without turning his head. I was supposed to bring you to the Dem branch, but the Dem branch in Heavenly Palace City has been destroyed by its Tsukashido. Almost all the instruments were destroyed in the fire, and D doesn't have any instruments in this area, so I can only bring you here. Dem also has some secret facilities in Heavenly Palace City in case of an accident. Irene, who was walking one step behind Scott, glanced at Toichi Origami. There's an underground facility here used to store some shameful things. It's rarely used and not many people in the Dim know about it. You're the first customer here, don't worry. Will Scott waved his hand and turned around. His eyes were cunning. For you, this must be a good place. Hearing that, Tokichi Origami also lowered her head and quietly followed behind Will Scott and Irene. Thinking back to 5 years ago, she watched her parents get killed right in front of her eyes. She had a dream when she was at home and she saw Wu Yan killing her parents with his own hands. She bit her lips and her footsteps became resolute. No matter how Will Scott and Irene answered Koichi Origami's question, no matter where they planned to take Koichi Origami to, Koichi Origami didn't care. Even if it was hell in front of her. As long as Will Scott could give her the power to take revenge, she would move forward regardless of the consequences. This was the path Tabichi Origami set 5 years ago. It was a dark path. There was no path ahead. It was a path destined for destruction, just like the alley Tabichi Origami was walking in. Even his figure gradually walked into the darkness and was swallowed up by it. The clear sound of footsteps echoed in the dark and deathly silent alley, and the path under his feet became narrower and narrower. After walking for nearly 15 minutes, there was still no end. However, in the endless alleyway, Will Scott and Irene stopped abruptly when they arrived at a certain spot. They turned around and looked at the wall beside them. This is it, right? Will Scott scratched his head, confusion written all over his face. It was apparent that for a person like him who could cover the sky with one hand in the DM, it was already pretty good that he could remember the approximate location of a small secret facility. On the other hand, Irene was certain. Yes. Lifting her feet, she walked forward. She began to feel around on the smooth and somewhat dirty wall that was covered with moss. After a while, she stopped. In her hand, a trace of green light flashed and disappeared. This is... Toichi Origami, who clearly saw this scene, was stunned. A little surprise appeared in her eyes. Today Tori? Yes, that's right. Irene nodded. In DEM, some of the secret places and important places are usually opened with the records of the Today Tori as the key. After all, it's the human brain that controls the Today Tori. Everyone's control of the Today Tori is different, so the same brain doesn't exist. It's safer than any method of identification. As she spoke, she kept changing the precision of her tertitori. The frequency of her tertitori fluctuated in a unique way until a green light flashed on the wall. She stopped what she was doing. Kacha! The sound of an ancient door opening faintly rang out. Immediately, the wall in front of Irene slid open like an automatic door, revealing a pitch-black hole. Irene quietly retreated and signaled to Westcott. Westcott chuckled and walked in with Irene. Tabichi Origami followed them indifferently. After the three of them walked in, the door closed automatically with a kacha sound. Some lights turned on automatically and illuminated everything inside. Tabichi Origami finally saw the place clearly. In simple terms, this is a place with the same layout as some of the isolated areas in the AST. All around, the ceiling and the floor were walls made of steel, flashing with a cold luster. Unlike what Tokichi Origami had imagined, there weren't many instruments placed here. There was only a slender sealed cabin in the corner at the front, standing upright with its back against the wall. Tokichi Origami looked around and raised her eyebrows. She then looked at the sealed cabin. It's a tool that can help you become stronger. Westcott smirked when he saw Kitaichi Origami looking at the sealed cabin. His words made Kitaichi Origami look at the sealed cabin with a longing expression. That was the look of someone who longed for power. Although the look in his eyes looked very stupid, Westcott liked it very much, and the smile on his face grew wider and wider. That instrument can automatically generate all the mana in the magic circuits here to modify a person's body. It can make a magician exceed the norm. Westcott explained with a leisurely expression. Originally, an outstanding magician would have to use a perfect and gentle method to process magic, but that would take too long, so the DEM developed this kind of instrument. Although its modification is a little harsh, it can greatly reduce the time required. You know the price of reducing the time required. Westcott looked at Tabichi Origami's pretty face and smiled. Of course, if you want to use a gentle method, It can be done in about 5 years, no need. Tabichi Origami said coldly, I'll just use it. Will Scott shrugged nonchalantly and made an inviting gesture in the direction of the sealed cabin. Once you enter the cabin, it will automatically activate. Hearing Will Scott's words, Yuichi Origami didn't hesitate at all. She lifted her foot and walked towards the sealed cabin resolutely. She pressed the button on the side. After the door of the sealed cabin was opened, she stepped in resolutely and laid down in the sealed cabin. Looking at the door of the sealed cabin slowly descending, Toichi Origami felt as if a figure surrounded by flames had appeared in front of his eyes. In her eyes, uncontrollable resentment appeared repeatedly. Tokichi Origami took a deep breath and closed her eyes. I don't care what price I have to pay, I will kill you the next time we meet, Itsuki said. Inside the isolation facility, Westcott and Irene watched the door of the sealed cabin close. They were speechless when they saw that the cabin was filled with dense magic power and unknown liquid. What? Westcott was the first to break the silence. Don't you want to ask something? Yes. Although I know Ike must have his reasons, there's something I don't understand. Irene stared at the sealed cabin in front of her. She stared at the origami kite that was bathed in liquid and magic. At least, I don't think Tabichi Origami is good enough to defeat that man. Even if she used a stronger mana treatment method than Shina, mana treatment will consume a lot of lifespan and cost a lot. However, it's also the fastest way to gain power. But even after using magic, there were good and bad effects. It all depended on whether the target's talent was good or bad. If it was bad, one might pay a painful price in the end and end up with nothing. If it was good, for example, Shina, who was much younger than Elaine, was only slightly weaker than her. In Elaine's opinion, a nameless girl from AST, even if she was magically enhanced, would only be able to compete with the real deal. There was no way Elaine would be able to compete with her, let alone the man who defeated her. Irene didn't understand why Westcott would spend so much effort to modify Tabichi Origami. A person's feelings are a wonderful thing, Irene. Wilcote said meaningfully. She might not be able to surpass you in the end, but she might be able to achieve better results than you. Chapter 1230. In the early morning, there's still a hint of coldness in the air. Dawn had just broken, and there were still a few stars in the light blue sky that hadn't fallen yet. In the morning light, the green trees were shining brightly, waiting for the lingering sunlight to linger around them. At some point in time, the brilliant rising sun dyed half of the sky red, sprinkling soft colors among the clouds. In Heavenly Palace City, some light smoke floated out of the windows of every house. Every household was preparing breakfast, causing the air to be filled with a veil-like mist, making it seem a little lively. In Wu He's house, Shirji should have gotten up at this time and started to make breakfast. However, because Shirji, Kurumi, and Shirxiang were busy until very late last night for the night sacrifice, the three of them directly stayed in a nearby classmate's house last night and didn't come back. Yono had gone out with Ling Yin for the night, and Kotori had stayed in Fraxinus last night. That was why Itsuka's house was unusually quiet today. There wasn't even a single sound coming from the window, let alone smoke. As for the members who stayed at home last night, they didn't wake up until 3 o'clock in the morning. The sunlight shone directly on the glass of the window, refracting an abnormally dazzling light. It happened to reflect on the bed in the room, and also on the three figures entangled with each other in an extremely ambiguous position. The seductive spring scenery that leaked out from the quilt was exposed to the air. Wu Yan's eyelids twitched in his sleep. He slowly opened his sleepy eyes and subconsciously stretched out his hands to support himself. In the end, he only managed to press his hands on two soft and plump breasts. Wu Yan's mind was still a bit hazy when he felt the soft touch on his palms. After a moment of silence, he slowly lowered his head. Then, two white jade-like bodies appeared in his field of vision. They're imprinted in his eyes. He looked at the two beautiful bodies in his arms. Wu Yan covered his forehead with his hand. It took him a while to remember what happened last night. I ate Yeju Shi and Shi Xian. Wu Yan bitterly smiled and shook his head. But no matter how you look at it, the bitter smile on his face is a euphemism. He's almost beaming with joy. Wu. Who knows if it's because of the noise? A soft moan echoed. It made Wu Yan's bones go limp. It was Shi Xian who was lying on Wu Yan's left. Her long eyelashes fluttered for a while. She slowly opened her eyes. She looked at Wu Yan with a confused gaze. She looked at him for a bit before she completely woke up. Her silver eyes were wide open. Yo! Wu Yan's lips curled up when he saw Shi Xian's eyes. Morning! Shi Xian blinked. She first looked at Wu Yan, then looked at Yeju Shi who was lying beside her, and finally looked at herself. Her delicate face instantly turned red. She pulled up the blanket and covered her head, not daring to see anyone. Seeing Shi Xian's actions, Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. He pulled the blanket and teased her. What's wrong? Are you feeling shy now? However, the voice that came from the blanket made Wu Yan's teasing expression freeze. Shame and anger. Shi Xian has become impure. She was eaten by a beast. She can't get married anymore. This beast. Wu Yan's expression turned into one of excitement. I admit that I was a bit tough last night, but what beast? Isn't that too exaggerated? Shi Xian was silent for a while under the blanket, then she replied. Crying, Shi Xian didn't mean that master acted like a beast, but acted like a beast. Acted? Wow, Yeju Shi and Shi Xian were together last night. Shi Xian's body wriggled under the blanket. Not long after, Wu Yan felt a soft little hand grab his important part. Master was not only very energetic last night, he's also very energetic now. He's like a beast with unsatisfied desires. Ah! Wu Yan's expression became complicated. He felt comfortable and unnatural at the same time. Feeling Shi Xian's soft little hand, he couldn't help but laugh. It's morning after all. It's not strange to be a bit more energetic in the morning. Question, do I have to be energetic in the morning? Shi Xian poked her head out of the blanket and looked at Wu Yan in confusion. Master, don't you usually look very tired in the morning? This is not what I mean. Wu Yan's mouth twitched when he saw that Shi Xian was determined to get to the bottom of this. Looks like even if you've watched those so-called special training videos, you haven't improved much. I repeat, special training videos? Shi Xian was slightly startled. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and her pretty face turned red again. She lowered her head and muttered. Shy, master is really perverted. This. Wu Yan had the urge to sweat. You bought those videos yourselves, and you dared to play them in the hall. Who is perverted? Master. Of course, it's Master's H. Yuxin glanced at the blushing Yegia on the other side of Wu Yan. Yegia looked at Wu Yan with a hint of envy and jealousy. Shi Xian aside, Master bullied Yeju Shi last night while Shi Xian was on the phone with Meijio. You also enjoyed Yeju Shi's beautiful body that seemed like it would break if you hugged her. You tore her clothes and took away her purity. I'm so envious of you. I hate you. First of all, I didn't tear Yeju Shi's clothes. Second of all, you definitely said you were envious. Wu Yan held his head as if he had a headache. Shi Xian, could it be that you want to learn from Meijio and be attracted to both men and women? Meijio. Shi Xian shivered, obvious disgust appeared on her face. Blame. Master, please don't compare Meijio to Shi Xian. Shi Xian would never become like that. In other words, your woman is only limited to Yeju Shi? Wu Yan shook his head with a smile. How sly, the man isn't satisfied yet. After saying that, Wu Yan's hand slowly slid down Shi Xian's body, covering her extremely plump and round breasts and squeezing. Wu! The redness on Shi Xian's pretty face became even more intense. Her face continued to lower and lower. The blurriness from last night's madness was once again revealed, filling her alluring silver eyes. Looking at Shi Xian panting with her mouth slightly open, Wu Yan's heart burned. He licked his dry lips and lowered his head, sucking on Shi Xian's earlobe. Ah! Shi Xian blushed when her ear was attacked. She raised her head and involuntarily let out a soft cry. Wu Yan could clearly feel that the delicate body lying in his arms was starting to twist. Wu Yan's lips curled into a smirk. He looked at Shi Xian's voluptuous body with a scorching gaze. Shi Xian shuddered and she had a bad feeling about this. Alert! Shi Xian tightened her grip on the blanket, pursed her lips, and stared at Wu Yan. Master, what do you want to do? What do I want to do? Wu Yan's hand continued to move. When he met Shi Xian's gaze, he did not hide the heat in his eyes. Of course, I want to do everything. Ugh. Shi Xian's face was bright red, and she began to squirm. Warning, it's already morning. Shi Xian. Shi Xian can't do it. How can you say that? Wu Yan grinned. His hand under the blanket suddenly reached for Shi Xian's most important part. Didn't I tell you? It's because it's morning that I'm so energetic. Begging for mercy won't do. Sensing Wu Yan's actions, Shi Xian struggled to get up. However, she did not know that this would stimulate Wu Yan. Ignoring Shi Xian's resistance, Wu Yan flipped his body and pressed Shi Xian under his body. Then he forced her to turn around. Her hands were on the bed, and her back was facing him. Then, Wu Yan held her slender waist with both hands. His body slowly moved forward. Ugh! Following a muffled groan, Shi Xian, who had her back facing Wu Yan, suppressed her breath and moaned. Her moans were accompanied by an indescribable heat ripple. They once again resounded in the room. Chapter 12:31. Heavenly Palace City, Wu He's home. Shi Xian was sitting on the sofa in the middle of the hall. Wu Yan was lying on her lap, using her as a pillow to enjoy the pleasant morning. Lying on Shi Xian's smooth thighs, Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. His face was full of enjoyment. From time to time, he would open his mouth and put the breakfast that Shi Xian brought into his mouth. As he chewed, he sighed. If I could have this kind of treatment every morning, it might not be bad to wake up early. Wu Yan raised his eyelids. In the next moment, a half-squinted and listless face appeared in front of him. However, it was difficult to control the faint smile on the corner of her mouth. He could not help but laugh. Shi Xian's pretty face turned slightly red. She turned her head away, not daring to look into Wu Yan's eyes. Seeing this scene, Wu Yan laughed even more happily. His gaze was also fixed on Shi Xian's face. His heart was in turmoil. It had to be said that even if one did not look at Shi Xian's voluptuous figure, just looking at her appearance was already very shocking. She definitely would not lose to any of the girls that Wu Yan knew. Last night, her relationship with Wu Yan had further improved. Not only did Shi Xian's complexion become more rosy, but her appearance also became more beautiful. Her every move also released a soul-stirring temptation. Coupled with Shi Xian's personality, she was even more attractive. Although Shi Xian had a listless face all day long and liked to quarrel with Yi Juya and 10 fragrances, Wu Yan knew that there was an indescribable gentleness in Shi Xian's bones. This gentleness, it could be seen during normal times. Unlike Yi Juya, for the sake of his dignity, she would sometimes be very domineering. She was also very carefree in private. Shi Xian's usual actions were very similar to a gentle and generous girl. Thinking about it, she was definitely a gentle girl deep down. And this point was now proven by Shi Xian's attentive feeding actions, looking at Shi Xian's beautiful rosy face. Wu Yan heaved a sigh of relief. He felt slightly regretful in his heart. If Wu Yan had known that eating Shi Xian could make her protect him so gently, he would not have waited until now to eat her. Although part of the reason was because of Shirori, the Bawa sisters were always by his side. If he wanted to eat them, he could still find opportunities. However, Wu Yan didn't. He had been thinking of eating it in the future. Now, he finally regretted it a little. At this moment, the door of the hall was gently pushed open, and a figure that was more than 80% similar to Shi Xian walked out with slightly unnatural footsteps. She swept her gaze across the hall. Finally, her gaze landed on the two people who were enjoying themselves on the sofa. Her eyes were filled with resentment. Seeing how sweet the two of them were acting, Yi Juya pouted and snorted. She quickly walked in front of the two of them and put her hands on her hips. She looked like a spoiled brat. However, when Yi Juya's gaze met with Shi Xian's, the two of them quickly looked away as if they were electrocuted. Their beautiful cheeks also blushed because of this. Obviously, the two sisters remembered that they served the same husband last night. No matter how good their relationship was, they had to play so fiercely the first time. Now that they see each other, they will feel more or less awkward. Of course, this is a little awkward. When Yi Juya lowered her head, her beautiful eyes widened. When she looked at the werewolf lying on her sister's lap, she immediately became angry. Before Yi Juya could say anything, Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and chuckled. What? Do you also want to lie on Shi Xian's lap and enjoy the breakfast she feeds you? Hearing this, the angry expression on Yi Juya's face froze. It was clear that he was very tempted by the offer. Unfortunately, this little bit of interest was quickly dispelled by Wu Yan's nonchalant statement. Today's dusk cord belongs to me. Wu Yan declared without any room for argument. Only today, you are not allowed to take it from me. Yi Juya was furious. Even if you are the master, you cannot be forgiven for toying with me. When he heard Yi Juya's words, Wu Yan's lips curled up. He waved at the flustered and exasperated girl in front of him who seemed to be in a complicated mood. Yi Juya paused for a moment, then she seemed to understand something. Her face turned red and she bashfully glanced at Shi Xian. When Shi Xian nodded and smiled at her, she mustered up her courage and obediently walked over under Wu Yan's smiling face. Compared to Shi Xian's voluptuous figure, Yi Juya lost in terms of voluptuousness. With a slender body and a thin waist, Yi Juya exuded a youthful aura. This aura didn't make Yi Juya appear too immature. Instead, it gave her a youthful aura that was completely different from Shi Xian's gentleness. Wu Yan almost couldn't tear his eyes away from Yi Juya. Under Wu Yan's seemingly warm gaze, Yi Juya's heart pounded. A blush crept up her face and even reached the tip of her ears. She lowered her head and didn't dare to raise it for a while. As if to change the topic, Yi Juya quickly looked at Shi Xian and whispered with a red face, "Shi Xian, you were bullied by him last night, right?" Hearing this, Shi Xian blushed again. The two sisters had been devoured by a certain wolf on the same day and night, causing their skin to become thinner. Just today alone, they had blushed countless times, but Shi Xian still answered Yi Juya's question. Correction, it wasn't just last night. Shi Xian was bullied in the morning too. After saying that, perhaps because she felt a little shy, Shi Xian didn't forget to act arrogant. Blame? Shi Xian thinks it's all Yi Juya's fault. Last night, he was intimate with Master in the hall and Shi Xian was dragged into it. Master took advantage of me. Is that so? Hearing Shi Xian's words, Yagiya seemed to believe them. His face was filled with confusion. I don't know either. Who knew Master would suddenly have an erection? He was the one who made the first move. Yes. It's Master's fault. Yi Juya raised her brows and looked at Wu Yan angrily. If Master didn't bully me last night, I wouldn't be like this. Ugh. Wu Yan was speechless. The two sisters were still trying to seduce him. They would rub his back when he was bathing or be gentle when he was sleeping. Now that it's over, they're blaming him. Although Wu Yan was the one who set the fire last night and the Bawa sisters didn't try to seduce him, Shirji and the others weren't home. The right time, the right place, and the right people were all there. If he didn't eat them, he would be letting himself down. Well, you're so cute and considerate. Wu Yan shrugged helplessly. It's all because you're too cute. It's your fault. So cute. As Wu Yan expected, Yi Juya and Shi Xian blushed again. They stopped arguing about who was right and who was wrong. Wu Yan rolled his eyes. He was sure that the two sisters were acting so proper early in the morning because they were too shy and didn't know how to deal with situations like this. That's why they acted so unnaturally. And that was indeed the case. After the shyness and blankness in their hearts faded away, the two elf ladies returned to their normal selves. Right now, the closest person to Master is definitely us, the 8 dance of hurricanes. Yeju Shi crossed his arms in front of his chest and said proudly, This time, Toka and Yoshino can't fight with me and Shi-Hsien anymore. Agreed. Shi-Hsien nodded heavily. When they come back, we must mention this and declare Shi-Hsien and Yijia's sovereignty. Hearing this, Wu Yen, who was enjoying himself, suddenly lost his composure. Even his expression changed. That? Wu Yen coughed and smiled awkwardly. Declaring sovereignty? There's no need for that, right? Ah. The Bawa sisters were stunned for a moment before refuting. Of course there's a need for that. We need to let our kin know who's the winner. Agreed. Yijia and Shi-Hsien have fought Toka and Yoshino 83 times. It's time to decide who's the winner. Oh right. Isn't today the night sacrifice? Wu Yen jumped up and changed the topic when he saw how adamant the Bawa sisters were. Right now, the night sacrifice is the most important thing. We can't be late. Let's go. Wu Yen ran out of the hall. The Bawa sisters looked at each other in confusion. Chapter 1232. Heavenly Palace City, Dem's secret facility. Standing side by side, Westcott and Irene stared at the sealed cabin in front of them. Looking at the origami kite soaked in liquid, the smile on Westcott's face was gone. Irene was no longer as cold as before. The only emotion left on their faces was solemn. Irene. Irene didn't move her eyes away from the sealed cabin. She broke the silence. This child. That's right. Westcott nodded and gave his comment. This is too shocking. An entire night had passed since the beginning of the mana processing work. Tonight, Westcott and Irene's understanding of origami kite kept changing. Finally, Westcott gave an evaluation of origami kite as too shocking. It's because of the mana treatment effect on kite origami's body. The reason why the body was processed with magic power was to improve the user's adaptability with the cryo unit. The brain region that could control the cryo unit would be stronger, and it might even be able to control the cryo unit at will or even surpass the specifications. The performance of the cryo unit would be maximized. Depending on each person's talent, the effects of the mana treatment will be different. Some of the effects will be weak while others will be extraordinary. Just like in Shina, after the effects of her magic power processing came out. It directly made her the second in command of the Dem magicians. She was also the one with the best magical effects so far after her body had undergone magical treatment. But today, this record had been broken. The person who broke it was none other than Shina. It was Kite Origami. Will Scott and Irene turn their gazes to a display screen beside the sealed cabin? Looking at the various values displayed on it, the two exchanged glances and sighed. The difference is that Irene was shocked while Westcott was shocked. The numerical values have all exceeded the numerical values of the real mana processing. Irene looked at the origami kite in the sealed cabin with astonishment. Kite Origami's control over the CR unit is also amazing. I'm afraid she's even stronger than Shina. However, with the magic power processing to this extent, the lifespan of the origami kite should be less than a year. If she can control the CR unit that surpasses the limit, her lifespan will be even shorter. Westcott sighed. I didn't expect her to be so talented. What a pity. Will Scott chose to help Kyuchi Origami because of the grudge between Wu Yen and Kyuchi Origami. If it weren't for the fact that Tabichi Origami and Wu Yen are classmates, AST members would have turned them into enemies by now. All these complicated relationships piqued Westcott's interest, and he had a plan in mind. Westcott would not help Yuani with origami. Westcott didn't expect Kite Origami to be able to absorb the effects of the CR unit to such an extent. It had to be known that although mana processing could quickly increase one's strength, the effect was determined by one's aptitude. In other words, mana processing enhanced the strength of a magician in the future and then displayed it in advance. In other words, the CR unit's effect is equivalent to the target's aptitude. Even if they don't use the CR unit, they can use gentle methods to gradually draw out Kite Origami's talent. Kite Origami can reach this level. If Westcott knew Kite Origami had such a talent, He wouldn't have recklessly asked her to use the CR unit's lifespan reduction magic. Who knows, we might have destroyed a treasure with our own hands. Will Scott shrugged helplessly. How should I describe this feeling? It's regrettable but also pleasant. Irene glanced at Westcott. She felt powerless against his bad taste. She shook her head and looked at the screen again. Based on the current situation, if Kite Origami is equipped with the latest CR unit, her power will surpass Shinya's. Her final power should be several times that of Shinya's. What a nice number. Will Scott licked his lips. He looked at Origami Kite as if he was looking at a fun toy. It's a pity, but with this kind of power, Itoka Shido should be in a lot of trouble. After saying that, Will Scott looked at Irene and smiled meaningfully. Who knows, maybe this young lady has already surpassed you, the world's strongest magician. Hearing this, Irene did not refute, but some dissatisfaction appeared in her eyes. Clearly, Irene didn't like Will Scott's evaluation. Even if Irene had lost the title of the world's strongest, she still didn't want to lose the title of the world's strongest magician. She didn't think she would lose it either. Still, she acknowledged Kite Origami's power. Indeed, Kite Origami's power has greatly increased. With the latest CR unit, her power shouldn't be underestimated, but she shouldn't be Itoka Shido's match, right? Actually, I didn't think much of her strength at first. What I wanted more was to see them kill each other. Will Scott's tone was calm as he spoke of the danger. But this isn't bad either. Maybe it'll be more interesting. Lowering his head, Will Scott muttered to himself for a moment before suddenly speaking. When she comes out, give her Mordred. Wah! Irene's expression changed. Her eyes were filled with shock. Isn't that too hasty? Even if Kite Origami's power is amazing, she's not a member of Democratic. She's just a chess piece controlled by you. Is there a need to give her Mordred? It's okay, this will make things more interesting. Will Scott smiled indifferently. Anyway, Kite Origami only has less than a year left. Coupled with Mordred's superb performance, her lifespan should only be about half a year if she controls Mordred. She can just retrieve it after half a year, is that so? Irene frowned. Have you really decided? Yes. Mordred is indeed very precious, but since it's already been made, it's only a matter of time before I can make another one. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given Mordred away. The corner of Westcott's mouth slowly curled up. After all, Mordred is the world's strongest magician, Irene Mira. Mira? The CR unit that Methers owns is the sister of the Pandaragon. It's a precious CR unit that has the same performance as the Pandaragon. Irene was silent. After a while, she nodded helplessly. I understand. Reaching out her hand, Irene touched Toichi Origami's face that was soaked in the liquid through the glass window of the sealed cabin and curled her lips. With Mordred's performance and Kite Origami's power after being treated with magic, it's basically confirmed that it's better than Zena. Well, Will Scott turned his head and waved his hand indifferently. Let's just hope she can bring us some good entertainment. Just as Will Scott's voice fell, the indicator light on the sealed cabin that had been in a red state suddenly turned green. Then, the door of the sealed cabin bounced up and slowly opened. Both of their gazes instantly shot towards the sealed cabin, watching Kite Origami. Under their gazes, Kitsune Origami's eyelids trembled, and then it suddenly opened its eyes. With a splash, Kitsune Origami walked out of the sealed cabin with her drenched body and wet clothes. She looked at her hands. She could clearly feel that she was no longer the same as she was before. As for what exactly was different, Tokichi Origami couldn't pinpoint it. The only thing she could be sure of was that her brain had become clearer and faster. He looked up at Westcott, who showed a big smile and opened his hands. Welcome, congratulations. Thank you for your hard work. Avenger. Chapter 1233. Oh, that looks delicious. Sherdao, let's go there. Toka said with an intoxicated look on her face. She's drooling as she tugged at Wu Yan's clothes. That looks like applesauce. It does look delicious. It's red and sticky, just like blood. This was what Kurumi said as she showed a bloody smile and licked her lips while agreeing with 10 fragrance. Kurumi was also licking her lips with a slurp sound. That. I want to try. That thing called shaved ice. She looked like she was about to cry. Her face was red and she didn't dare to look at Wu Yan. She kept holding on to Wu Yan's hand and she didn't even dare to look at him. You're really children. You've been looking at the food and using extraordinary means to win back all the prizes at the game stalls. Isn't that the best way to show off your great skills? I agree. Although the food looks delicious, the food made by Master is definitely much more delicious than those vulgar stalls. At this time, enjoying the victory and defeat is the wisest choice. As expected of Yoshino. She can see through things so clearly. Refute. Yoshino is much more capable than Yoshino. After all, Yoshino was the one who suggested it first. This is what Yaguya and Yushin said to Wu Yan. Yushin and Yushin are standing behind Wu Yan like his bodyguards. They've been flattering each other for a while now, they're on good terms with each other. No matter which side it is, I think it's great. As long as I can be with my dear, I have so many cute girls to accompany me. I am so happy. Meijio was wearing a mask on her face. She cupped her cheeks and pretended to be happy as she said this. It should be mentioned that these girls who were incessantly expressing their opinions were currently in a state of encirclement. They are surrounding Wu Yan. Except for the front, they are all surrounded. Thus, a group of extremely beautiful girls surrounded a boy in the middle. They are constantly fawning over him. On the street of the Heavenly Palace Square. The passionate display attracted a series of gazes that are even more passionate than the pictures. They are so passionate that they can burn people's skin. I don't know why. I suddenly feel like burning someone. I don't know why. I suddenly feel like lighting a fire. I don't know why. I suddenly feel like tying something. Tying something to a cross, right? Yes. Yes. You know me. Actually, I have a rope. Actually, I also have gasoline. Why do I have a torch? Yes. While they looked at each other in sympathy, they also looked at Wu Yan angrily. They didn't know how dangerous their words were. The stalls and the people on the street were talking to each other. As for Wu Yan, his ears are already numb from the chattering of the fairy girls and the dangerous words of the passers-by. Even his face is tense. He looks like a dying man. Only his mouth is moving up and down, repeating the same sentence. Get used to it, get used to it, get used to it, get used to it. Seeing Wu Yan's reaction, Shirji, who is walking at the back of the group, looked at him with pity. Shido, actually, you have a hard time, you are quite pitiful. Shirji classmate, what did you just say? While Shirori was giving Wu Yan a pitiful look, Mikoto, who appeared next to Shirori, said something so frigidly that Shirori jumped in fright. With Shiori's relationship with Wu Yan and Ko, she naturally knows Meijio's true identity. When she thought about how the masked girl walking beside her is actually a super popular idol, Shirori couldn't help but feel a bit reserved. No. It's nothing. Oh. Meijio nodded casually. She didn't seem to care about what Shirji said. But soon, Meijio's bright voice entered Shirji's ears. Actually, I recently obtained some new tea leaves. I heard they can make delicious black tea. I wonder if Shirji classmate is interested in having a drink with me? Drink. 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 Shirji felt a bit conflicted when she heard Meijio's tone. She sounded like a bad person trying to persuade a cute girl to drink. It's not that Shirji doesn't like black tea, it's not that she doesn't like Meijio. It's just that this isn't the first time Meijio invited her to drink tea. When she first met Meijio, Meijio already invited Shirji to her house to drink tea when she was free. At that time, Shirori wanted to agree, but the moment she was about to nod, Kurumi, Yejuya, and Shi-Sien looked at her as if they were looking at a warrior who was about to embark on a path of no return. Shirori felt a chill in her heart. Even Shirori cast a strange look at Shirori and vaguely distanced themselves from her. Shirji didn't know why Toka and Kurumi reacted that way, but her intuition told her that if she ignored them, she would end up in a miserable state. Shirji's intuition told her that this ending was very similar to the feeling she got from Tokichi Origami. So, Shirji perfunctorily rejected Meijio's invitation. However, Meijio didn't seem to have any intention of giving up. Along the way, Meijio invited Shirji to her house for tea for the umpteenth time. Shirji wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Wu Yan, who was walking in front of her, clearly saw this scene and was full of admiration for Shirji. As expected of the protagonist of the original work. Even if she's really feminine, she's still very popular with women. Not only does Tokichi Origami want to take her to forbidden places and do things to her, but even Meijio, who likes both men and women, has set her as her target. The difference is that Meijio's target range is wider. Unlike Tokichi Origami, who only targets Shirji Yuri, Meijio only targets Shirji Yuri, who has black and white twin ponytails. Of course, Tokichi Origami isn't as perverted as Shirai Kuriko. Probably. When he thought of Tokichi Origami, the numbness on Wu Yan's face faded away and was replaced by a frown. For some reason, when the name Tokichi Origami rose in Wu Yan's heart, a very impetuous feeling rose in his heart. This impetuous mood was exactly the same as the last time he met with Woodman and reached a consensus in the bathroom. It was the same impetuous mood that appeared for no reason. Could it be that the thing I neglected has something to do with Tokichi Origami? As this thought rose in his mind, Wu Yan realized that ever since he chatted with Tokichi Origami about her parents' murder, he didn't pay much attention to her. He almost ignored her. Given Tokichi Origami's personality and the hatred in her heart, she should still be in the process of searching for the murderer of her parents' murder, right? I wonder how her investigation is going. The more he thought about it, the more impetuous Wu Yan became. His frown deepened and he had a bad premonition. He had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. What's wrong? Kurumi noticed Wu Yan's frown and tilted her head with a smile. If there's something troubling you, you can share it with me. If there's something troubling you, you should talk about it, not share it. Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Kurumi and sighed. It's not really troubling, it's just that I'm a little confused. I see. Kurumi tapped her lips with her finger. Just as she was about to say something, Wu Yan suddenly stopped and focused his eyes. What's wrong? As Wu Yan stopped, the surrounding girls all stopped as well. They followed Wu Yan's gaze and looked forward. Then, a figure appeared in everyone's eyes. Everyone was startled when they saw the figure. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. Tokichi Origami. Maybe she heard Wu Yan's call. Tokichi Origami slowly lifted her head from the crowd. Her eyes were filled with killing intent and hatred as she stared at Wu Yan and the others. Wu Yan and the others felt their hearts tighten. Chapter 1234. Her eyes were as cold as ice, revealing the killing intent and resentment in her heart. It was as if the surrounding air had been frozen, isolating the space. There were students from 10 high schools passing by, but at this moment, it was like only Wu Yan's group and Tobarama were left in this world. Regardless of what Tobarama was thinking, Wu Yan's group became alert. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. Something's very wrong. Including Shiori, almost all of the girls had the same thought. Naturally, Wu Yan was the same. Especially Toka, Shiori, and Toka, who had dealt with Toka Origami more than once. Toka held her breath when she saw that Tobarama was completely different from the usual Tobarama. Her cold eyes were filled with pure hostility and killing intent. Shiori also hid behind Wu Yan in fear. Toka and Yoshino had seen Tashichi Origami in this state before. More than once. Before Toka and Yoshino met Wu Yan, they appeared in this world as elves more than once. Whenever they did so, the AST would send out a crusade against them. As a member of AST, Tobarama was a member of the group that attacked Toka and Shiori. At that time, Tobarama was in this state. She hated elves. Killing elves was the only reason she lived in this world. The current origami kite was exactly the same as the origami kite who was a member of AST and fought against Toka and Yoshino. Of course, compared to when she attacked herself, the current Tobirama's hostility and killing intent were much stronger. Her hatred increased infinitely along with her cold gaze. She was like an evil spirit that returned from hell. But this state. Toka and Shirori also saw it. That was the day when they followed Wu Yen back to this world and caused the space quake. When Tobirama saw the elven coterie. At that time, Kite 1 could fold paper. Just like the current Kite 1 origami. They could completely overlap with each other. Almost instantly, Toka felt an instinctive hostility towards Toichi's origami form, and her body tensed up. If it wasn't for the fact that his spiritual energy was sealed, he might have even used his angel to prepare for battle. What do you want? Yes, origami classmate. Shirori also seemed to be a little panicked. Looking at Tabichi origami staring at Wu Yen, she quickly opened her mouth. If Shido did something wrong and made you angry, you can tell me directly. I can ask him to apologize to you. Apologize? Kitsune origami's eyes widened in an instant, then she roared in anger. How can an apology make me give up on revenge? Accompanied by the angry roar, a burst of faint light broke through the air from all directions and covered Kitsune origami's body, rendering her into a dense light and gradually elongating. When the light and shadow dimmed, Kitsune origami's appearance had completely changed. Her Lai-chan high school uniform had disappeared and was replaced by the tight streamlined suit that must be worn when equipping the CR unit, and the strongest symbol of magician's strength, the CR unit. However, different from the crude CR unit of the past, the CR unit on Kitsune origami's body had changed greatly. The entire body was made of dark gray mechanical armor, covering Kitsune origami's limbs and scattered parts. The shape was particularly sharp, and the shoulders and ribs were covered with wing-like armor. On Kitsune origami's back, there was an X-shaped propulsion jet and a huge cannon-like armament on her waist. This was the CR unit on Kitsune origami's body. What is that? On the street, the crowd who saw Kite's origami equipment with their own eyes could not help but widen their eyes. Their faces were filled with shock and bewilderment. This surreal scene had shocked all of them to the point that they were stunned on the spot. They had entered a state of stupefaction. Shirori was also shocked. Wu Yen, Kurumi, Toka, Yoshino, Yagoya, Yushien, and Mikoto were all in disbelief when they saw Kitsune origami's CR unit, in front of everyone. When they noticed the appearance of the CR unit on her body, their disbelief was replaced by shock. This definitely wasn't something that Kitsune origami's AS standard CR unit could compare to. Moreover, based on appearance alone, the CR unit on her body was very similar to another person's CR unit. The world's strongest magician, Irene? Mira? Messier? Kitsune origami. Wu Yen stared at Kitsune origami and said in a deep voice. Could it be that you and Dem? However, Kitsune origami didn't wait for Wu Yen to finish his sentence. The CR unit on her body glowed with a bright green light. It rapidly expanded and hit everyone present. In an instant, all of the normal people present were covered by the Tori, including Shirori. Before anyone could react, Kitsune origami extended her right hand forward. The equipment on her waist quickly expanded and turned into a heavy cannon. She held it in her hand and pointed it at Wu Yen. Wu Yan's expression changed. He quickly undid the seals on all of the elf girls present. At the same time, Kitsune origami pulled the trigger on the cannon in her hand without any hesitation. A dazzling light filled every corner of the area. A huge magical beam pierced through the air and slammed into Wu Yen at an unimaginable speed. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed throughout the square. Smoke and fire were stirred up. The powerful shockwave spread in all directions. All of the bystanders in the Tori were sent flying and all of the stalls were knocked down. It's not hard to imagine that if Kitsune origami didn't cover the normal people present with her Tori, that attack would have killed at least 20 to 30% of the people present. Looking at the smoke and fire that permeated the scene, the crowd who realized what kind of state they were in just now screamed in horror and fled in all directions as if their lives depended on it. It was only after they had fled for a certain distance that the Tory on them disappeared. What happened? That was a loud noise. Look over there. There's smoke. Could it be that there's a gas explosion somewhere? With this piercing scream as the source, the heavenly palace square suddenly became a mess. The crowd, who did not know what was going on, looked in the direction of the smoke and fire in surprise. Some of the more curious ones even moved in this direction. In the center of the smoke and fire, there was a hole at least 2 meters deep and 5 meters wide. There was a straight line between the hole and Kitsune Origami, proving that what happened just now was not a dream. In the middle of the hole, Wu Yan reached out with one hand. There was some light smoke and magical fluctuations coming from it. Just now, he had used this hand to block Tokichi Origami's attack. On his other hand, Wu Yan is holding Shiori by the waist. Their surroundings are still rippling with the light of Tertori, domain of will. However, her face is also filled with fear. Seeing the uncontrollable fear on Shiori's face, Wu Yan's eyes flashed with anger. For Shiori, who didn't know what Tertori, she was facing death just now. Wu Yan looked at Kitsune Origami. The anger in his eyes turned into coldness. Do you know what you've done? I don't need you to remind me. Kitsune Origami raised her heavy cannon and said with a cold tone. There was no confusion or hesitation in her voice. Everything will end if I kill you, including me. Chapter 12:35. Once I kill you, everything will end. Including me. Hearing Tabichi Origami's cold and resolute tone, Wu Yan clicked his tongue in annoyance. His brain started working at high speed. Why did Kuda Origami become like this? Why did Kuda Origami hate him so much and even made a declaration of self-destruction? Why was Kuda Origami equipped with a CR unit similar to Irene's form? Why did Kyuchi Origami's strength seem to have increased so much that it was comparable to an elf? These 4 questions flashed through Wu Yan's mind. They mixed with the impulsive feeling from before and occupied all of his nerves. Looking at Kuda Origami's crazy appearance and recalling all the words it just said, Wu Yan had a vague guess. Sherdao. Brother Sherdao. Lord Husband. Master. Darling. In the air, the elven girls who had disappeared from their original spot descended one by one with cheers. They had all changed into colorful spiritual equipment of different styles. Toka even held her own angel in her hand, the great sword, Sandalphon, and pointed it at Tokichi Origami from afar. Kuda Origami, how dare you hurt Sherdao? The elven girls also looked at Tokichi Origami with vigilance and anger in their eyes. You bastard! For harming my lord, you shall pay for your sins with your life. Angry, because your actions are enough to treat you as an enemy. You want to hurt my darling? I will never agree. However, Kuda Origami's expression didn't change in the face of the elven girl's questions. It glanced at all of the elven girls present. Prince, Nightmare, Hermit, Berserker, Diva, Song Girl. Its originally cold eyes became even colder as it spoke. Even the air seemed to have frozen. Other than Ifrit, everyone is here? Perfect. Elves don't need to exist in this world. There was no reason for it to exist. It would be best if I could kill him myself. Era. Beside him, Kwang-san covered her mouth and laughed. Her eyes were filled with cruelty. Did your confidence increase to this extent just because you got something from Dem? Do you think you can defeat us with that cold thing on your body? We have more than one elf on our side. They might not take turns to fight with you. Hearing this, Tokichi Origami lowered her head. After a moment of silence, he raised his head abruptly and stared intently at Wu Yan. A monstrous hatred immediately surged into her expressionless face. As long as I can kill you, it doesn't matter. Toka glared at Toichi Origami. Just as she was about to say something, Wu Yan stopped her. Wu Yen handed Shiori, who had fallen asleep at some point, to Toka. He also stared at Toka Origami and spoke to Toka and the others. Take good care of Shiori and the surroundings. Don't let ordinary people barge in, Shiori. Seeing the unconscious Shiori, Toka hurriedly hugged her. The anger in her eyes was replaced by worry. What happened to Shiori? Don't worry, I just used a hypnotic magic on her and erased her memory. Wu Yen replied without turning his head. Kotori tried her best to keep Shiori out of the mess between the elves and magicians. It's best if Shiori doesn't know about what happened today. Also, the students who witnessed everything at the scene, a few of you, come out and ask Kotori to erase their memories. What about you? Meijio asked anxiously. Do you want to? There are some things I need to figure out. Wu Yen interrupted Meijio with a smile. You don't have to worry about me. I won't be in trouble. Kotori, on the other hand, I haven't been able to get in touch with her since the beginning. Her communication with Fraxinus seems to have been cut off. Something must have happened over there. Wu Yen narrowed his eyes. Even though I removed the seal on Kotori, I'm afraid she might be in trouble if she's alone. Split into two groups. One group will watch the surroundings and make sure no one barges in. The other group will go to Kotori and support her. Listening to Wu Yan's analysis, the elven girls exchanged glances and they nodded. Be careful, don't worry. The elven girls looked at Wu Yen and Toka Origami. They levitated into the air and left the scene. Toka Origami frowned. She didn't want the elven girls to leave. However, when she saw Wu Yen didn't leave, she focused on Wu Yen again. Her gloomy expression revealed the hatred in her heart. Itsuka, Shido. Wu Yen took a deep breath when he heard Toka Origami's resentful voice. He stepped forward and stared at her. It seems that your investigation during this period of time seems to have found something that even I didn't expect. Tabichi Origami's undisguised hatred, her murderous tone, and the CR unit on her body that is definitely the handiwork of the Dem are telling Wu Yen that things are about to get troublesome, considering his understanding of Tabichi Origami and the fact that he always blurted out the word revenge. Wu Yen could more or less guess the cause of this. You think I'm the one who killed your parents? Think. Toka Origami bit her lips. She roared at Wu Yen with a hoarse voice. I don't think so. You killed my parents. I don't know how you came up with such a conclusion. I really want to clear my name, but looking at you right now, I don't think anything I say will change your mind. You won't listen to me anyway. Wu Yen slowly opened his eyes and his expression slowly turned to one of relief. Forget it. Consider this your punishment for acting crazy in public. Let me take you down first. Take me down? Toka Origami was furious. Her expression turned colder and colder. Do you think I'm still the same old me? If you can do it, then give it a try. Then, Tabichi Origami pointed her cannon at Wu Yen and it started emitting mana waves. The mana waves turned into a beam of light that shot towards Wu Yen like a sword of light. Boom! Toka held Shiori in her arms and flew into the air with Kurumi, Shiori, Yakuya, Yushin, and Meijio. Looking at the rumbling sound and the bursts of smoke and fire coming from below, the girls were worried. Honey, you're alone. Are you okay? Meijio grabbed Yukino's hand. Do you really not need help? Don't worry. We don't need to worry about our husband's side. Kurumi, who was the only one who maintained a calm expression, calmly said to the girls, with our husband's strength, dealing with Origami Kite won't be a problem. Is that so? Toka frowned. I can feel that the current Origami Kite seems to have become a lot more powerful. No matter how strong he is, he can't beat husband. Kurumi shook her head. Just like husband said, instead of worrying about him, we should worry about other places first. Husband said we should split into two groups. One group is to protect the people in the Heavenly Palace Square, don't let anyone get close, and the other group is to protect Kotori. That's right. Yi Juya nodded. Master said that something happened to Kotori, and we have to go help her. Agreed. Yukino nodded. She looked at the others. But how should we split up? Kurumi pondered for a moment, then began to divide the elven girls among themselves. Meijio's ability is more suitable for controlling the situation. Toka is the strongest among us. Yukino, you three stay here. Yukino, and I will go to Kotori. The group of elven girls also pondered for a moment before nodding their heads in agreement. Chapter 12:36. In the sky above Tengu City, Fraxinus. Phew! Kotori was wearing a military uniform with a jacket draped over her shoulders. She finished her work and leaned back in her chair, exhausted. After pulling an all-nighter, Kotori finally finished sorting out the list of the display devices that were being manufactured and sent it back to Ratatosker's headquarters. Next, all he had to do was wait for the HQ to create the display device, according to the order and arrangement on the list. Then, the main purpose of returning to this world would be achieved. Well, Kotori pouted and muttered, "Let's hope that those fellows won't throw away their words like water and go back on their words at the last minute. They're the higher-ups, I don't think that's possible." Shina was playing chess with you while replying to Kotori in a bored tone. Even if it's a dim, the promises made by the higher-ups still have to be fulfilled. Otherwise, it will definitely be very troublesome if the subordinates lose confidence in themselves. After all, the higher-ups are not all standing on the same line. If that's the case, the round table should be the same, right? You took advantage of the time Shina was talking to take down a chess piece. Otherwise, the commander wouldn't look like he just swallowed a fly every time he contacted them. I don't care what the headquarters say. We'll follow the commander's orders without question. Kanazuki Kyuhei jumped up and down as if he was on steroids. The members of Ratatosker are gathered because of the commander. Ratatosker is what we are today because of the commander. You gathered because of Kotori? Jinna couldn't help but look at Kotori, who was holding the jewel in her mouth, and asked in surprise. Did Kotori create Ratatosker all by herself? Nah. That's not it. Rain answered Shina with dark circles under her eyes. Every member of the round table participated in the creation of Ratatosker, but everyone in Ratatosker is a fan of Kotori. Without Kotori, Ratatosker wouldn't exist. I see. Shina nodded in realization. She sighed. She's so popular. Kotori has her own aura. Many people like her. Ling Yin replied before looking at Yiyu. But didn't you transfer from the headquarters to support Kotori's brother? Is it okay for you to talk bad about the higher-ups from the headquarters? No problem. No problem. You waved her hand at Rain without looking away from the chessboard. Compared to the headquarters, I prefer Ratatosker. I agreed to the transfer because I couldn't stand some of the things happening in the headquarters. I like Ratatosker. The leader's not only strong, but he's also very friendly. Moreover, his affinity is very high. I am very willing to follow him. If he wants me to go back now, I might not go back. No matter which organization it is, and no matter whether their intentions are good or bad, as long as they have a bit of power, infighting is inevitable, Zhen Na said in a mature tone. I didn't expect you to be a member of the headquarters, you. When the higher-ups heard that there's a person in Ratatosker who possesses a magical item that can seal the spiritual power of elves and has a power that's comparable to the elves, they all came up with a wicked idea. Not only did they ask me to help, but they also asked me to keep an eye on him. Night Moon did not hide anything and directly betrayed her former superiors. Now, I don't contact them anymore. They've probably forgotten about me. I wish they would forget about me. Kotori pursed her lips again on the platform. They've been coming here all day to ask about the sealed elves' current situation, yet they never ask about the seals. Instead, they're constantly asking questions about the elves' powers and conditions before the seals, and they even want to invite the elves to meet them. Do they think that no one knows what they're doing? I must tell on them at the round table conference next time. Ratatosker's members laughed kindly when they heard Kotori's complaint. At this moment, a red warning light flashed on the big screen in the command room, and a sharp alarm echoed throughout the command room. What's going on? Kotori furrowed her brows. What's going on? Commander! A member of Ratatosker tapped on the keyboard of the instrument in front of him swiftly and reported in astonishment. There's a powerful magic reaction near the fairies in the Sky Palace Square. There's a magic reaction near the fairies? Everyone present was shocked. They stopped what they were doing and stood up. Kotori hurriedly gave the order. Show me the captured images. Yes, Commander. Suddenly, there was a sound of typing on the keyboard in the command room. As the sound rang out, the big screen in the command room instantly reflected the scene in the Heavenly Palace Square. Then, the crowd saw something in a corner of the Heavenly Palace Square. Thick flames and smoke were rising, and explosions were happening one after another. One by one, people ran out of the Heavenly Palace Square in a panic. It was a mess. At the corner of the battlefield, Tabichi Origami, who is wearing Pandaragon's sister mech, Mordred, fired her cannons at Wu Yen, who is holding up a magic barrier. Tabichi Origami. Kotori looked at the screen in shock. Why is she equipped with that thing? Why is she attacking Oniai-chan? Is that really AST's Tabichi Origami? Ling Yin exclaimed as she looked at the numbers displayed on the screen below the commander's desk. What a shocking number. It's on a completely different level from what she's shown so far. It's even higher than Shina's. Toichi Origami. Shina frowned and stared at Toichi Origami's figure on the big screen. To be more precise, he was staring at the CR unit on Toichi Origami's body. He lowered his voice. Why is she equipped with Dem's CR unit? Dem? Everyone in the command room was shocked again. Kotori's expression also turned ugly. Is that the CR unit for Dem? Of course. I would never mistake a Dem's CR unit for something like that. Shina nodded. Although I've never seen the type of CR unit on Tokichi Origami's body, Irene? Mira? Mether's special CR unit is very similar to this one. It's definitely the work of the Dem. That's right. We have nothing to do with Origami Kyuichi. Her excellent CR unit is not something that AST can provide. Other than the Dem providing it, there is no other possibility. But why did she attack brother? Kotori couldn't figure out the reason. She shook her head and didn't care about it anymore. She didn't know what happened between Dem and Tabichi Origami. She also didn't know what happened between Tabichi Origami and her Oniai-chan. However, she was fighting Oniai-chan. Since that's the case, Tabichi Origami is the enemy. Kotori waved her hand. Start the engines. Full speed ahead. Target, 15,000 meters above Heavenly Palace Square. Yes, the members of Ratatosker responded in unison. They began to operate the Fraxinus. The originally faint engine sound gradually became louder and louder. They turned the ship towards the direction of the Heavenly Palace Square. Suddenly, boom! A sudden shockwave spread across the entire Fraxinus and hit the command room. The sudden impact caused everyone in the command room to lose their balance. They staggered to their feet and cried out in alarm. Kotori held onto the armrest of the command deck in time and shouted to the people below. What's going on now? Commander! A member of Ratatosker replied. That shockwave came from outside. What did you say? Kotori yelled. At the same time, an image appeared on the screen in the command room. Chapter 1237. Black dots appeared on the screen of Fraxinus like a swarm of locusts. Everyone in Ratatosker gasped when they saw the locust-like black dots in the command center of Fraxinus. That was because those black dots were all people. A group of magicians, equipped with advanced CR units, levitated in the air with the help of propellers and aimed at Fraxinus with powerful weapons in their hands. This formation, this posture. In the command room, Shinya looked at the magicians on the big screen expressionlessly, and a glint flashed in his eyes. How nostalgic. Tisk. Kotori clenched her teeth. I can't believe they came to us at this time. They're as cunning as ever. Tabichi Origami is fighting Wu Yen with the DM's CR unit. Of all the times the DM arrived, Even if Coterie is an idiot, she can guess the relationship between the two. However, Coterie didn't understand why Dem wanted to find Ratatoskr. Was it purely to destroy the enemy's airship? That might be the case, but Coterie had a feeling. Dem's goal was definitely not that simple. After all, Dem's branch company had been destroyed, and it wasn't easy to provide support to the magicians of Dem and repair, update, and equip them with equipment. Under such circumstances, it wasn't unreasonable for the magicians of Dem to gather together and come looking for them. However, it was also because of this. This proved that Dem's goal wasn't simple. It wasn't as simple as destroying a mere airship. On top of that, Fraxinus was able to blend into the surroundings by manipulating the Tori to create an invisible camouflage. It wouldn't be discovered. They wanted the camouflage to work. They had to keep Fraxinus in a stationary state. Once it sailed, the surroundings would distort and it would be discovered. However, it was obviously impossible for the Dem formation to rely on this to discover it. Fraxinus was attacked from the outside. That attack must have been done by the magicians of the Dem. If they wanted to attack a flying ship, the magicians of the Dem would have to focus all their firepower and attack together. However, as soon as Fraxinus turned the ship around, the attack came. It was obvious that the magician knew the location of Fraxinus from the very beginning. This also proved that the Dem was coming for them. Tabichi Origami was probably just a trap to stall Wu Yen and the others. At this thought, Coterie slapped the armrest of the platform in frustration. At this moment, a series of sirens sounded in the command room, which almost ignited her anger. What's going on this time? A member of Ratatoskr who was in charge of alarms smiled bitterly. There's a message. It's a message from Dem. A message? Shina, Yeyue, and the others immediately turned to Coterie. Coterie also frowned in surprise and waved her hand. Connect it? Yes, ma'am. At the same time, a window popped up on the big screen in the command room. In the window, there was a girl with light blonde hair and purple pupils. Her face was cold and her eyes were filled with absolute confidence. Her lips curled up slightly, instantly bringing an invisible pressure to everyone present. It's you! Shina exclaimed. Coterie's red eyes narrowed. She looked at the girl on the screen with displeasure. I was wondering who it was. So it's you, Irene? Mira? Messier? Irene? Mira? Methers. The members of Ratatoskr who were sitting in the command room widened their eyes in shock. The strongest magician in the world, Irene? She's a human with power comparable to or even surpassing the elves. Mira? Messier? She's her? On the big screen, Irene's eyebrows twitched slightly as she watched the scene unfold. The smile on her face gradually disappeared. As expected of Ratatoskr. Even though you're only a small organization compared to Dem, you've gathered enough information about me. Let me give you some recognition. After saying that, Irene glanced at Coterie, then at Shina, and her eyes narrowed. So you're here as well? Traitor? Oh? You don't seem to be very surprised. Zhen's face was filled with obvious disgust. Did you already know that I've joined Ratatoskr? That's why I don't understand your stupid decision. Irene raised her chin. Even in the Dem, you are the only one who is inferior to me. The Dem is much stronger than Ratatoskr. Why did you choose to betray us? You talk about betrayal every time you open your mouth. How annoying. Zhen sneered disdainfully. I can't think of a reason to stay in an organization that would do anything to another person's body. I should be the one who was betrayed. Hearing this, Irene's face sank. So you already know about this matter. No wonder. Since that's the case, don't think that I will show mercy. After saying that, Irene ignored Shina and turned to look at Coterie. You must be Coterie? She's different from your brother. She's a cute girl. Forget about the compliments, I'm not happy at all. Coterie mocked without holding back. Instead of listening to your compliments, I'm more interested in how you guys found Fraxinus. Did the Dem already develop a device that can block the camouflage effect? I'm sorry. Irene replied expressionlessly. We were only able to find your location because we asked all the magicians here to launch the Tori and check the sky above the entire heavenly palace city. For this, we spent a whole night. So you're here for us? Kotori snorted coldly. Even the base has been destroyed, yet he still chose to make a move. Well, Scott isn't a very rational person. Ike just seized a rare opportunity. This time, Irene's expression turned cold. If you didn't have airships, you wouldn't have needed to send out so many people to deal with Ratatosker who doesn't have Itsuka. Saying this, Irene glanced at Shina. Or do you think you can defeat me with the words of that traitor? Kotori looked at Irene and said coldly, "You sure have a lot to say. Just tell me what you're after." "Alright, I don't have much time here. With Yuichi's origami ability, even if that man doesn't seem to do anything to her, there's not much time that we can buy." Elaine nodded as her gaze suddenly turned sharp. As for the goal, the Dem will always have only one goal, and that is the sprites. Tsuka Kotori, "No, Efreet, do you want to surrender or do you want us to pry open the airship's wall and capture you?" "I see, so I'm the target?" Kotori closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She turned around and walked down the platform. "Commander, what are you doing?" Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Yiyu even stepped forward. "Are you? Don't worry, I won't surrender." Kotori waved her hand and turned around with a sinister smile on her face. Kotori raised her head slightly, and a trace of scorching light flashed in her eyes, causing everyone to be stunned. "However, we need to teach that arrogant woman a lesson. Otherwise, she'll really think she's the strongest in the world." After saying that, Kotori left the command room. "Commander's seal is broken." Kanazuki Kyuhei smiled. He turned around and looked at Shina. "Shina, go support the commander." "Understood." Shina nodded and left the command room as well. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.